It's Wednesday, May 15th, 2024. We are in Ray, Colorado, and I would like to call the meeting to order today. We
As me.
Good morning. This is Jasmine. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Would you all like us to give the language justice statement now?
Yes, if you can just do a small introduction if we have any Spanish-speaking folks that join us.
Sure. I think Diego's going to go ahead and give us a few instructions. This is Jasmine again, happy to be here.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to let the group there, Colorado Department of Agriculture, know that the video was buffering for me. I'm not sure if others were seeing the same thing. So I'm Diego Pons here with my colleague Jasmine Beltran from the CLC. We'll start interpretation now after I finish giving these instructions in both languages, in English and Spanish. Once the interpretation is turned on, you'll be able to see that globe icon that says interpretation in the bottom right-hand corner of your computer screen. Please select that globe icon and choose your preferred language. And if you're joining the meeting today on your cell phone or your tablet, please look for the more button or the three dots button to select your preferred language this other way. So if you're not fully bilingual, we'll encourage you to select your preferred language. If you have any questions, please let us know through the chat or speak into your microphones. Thank you so much. Buenos días a todos y a todas. Yo soy Diego Pons. Estoy aquí hoy con mi colega Jasmine Beltrán de parte del CLC. Gracias por tenernos hoy en su reunión. Vamos a utilizar la interpretación simultánea aquí en Zoom, hoy en inglés y en español.
I'm going to go ahead. Okay, we're going to do a quick roll call.
I wonder if I should pause and just switch to our hotspot. Okay, folks, can you hear us better?
Harrison, can you give us a thumbs up if you can hear us? All right.
Okay.
All right, we're going to try again. Good morning again. We're going to do a commission member roll call. Simon Martinez.
Here, present.
Catherine Bedell.
Here.
David Block.
I'm here and will be in presence in about 3 minutes.
Okay, we will save you a seat. Jeffrey McCulloch.
Present.
Roberto Meza. Elena Miller. Harrison Top. I saw his mouthful.
Present, sorry.
Yeah. Nick Trainer.
Present.
All right, we do have a quorum, so we can continue on with the meeting. First thing is I would like a motion to approve today's meeting agenda.
And move you.
Madam Chair, this is David. I move we approve today's agenda.
I'll second.
All right, we've had a motion, we've had a second. Are there any discussion? Any additions or corrections on the agenda today? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. In your packet, you did receive two meeting minutes from the April 17th and then the 30-minute meeting of the emergency meeting. And so we are going to put those together as one motion. So if I could have a motion to approve those two sets of meeting minutes.
I will make a motion to approve those sets.
Thank you, Nick. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Jeff. It's been moved and second. Any discussion? If not, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of approving those two sets of meeting minutes, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion passed. Thank you. So now we are in the moment of if there is anyone in public comment, either on the computer or in person, if they would like to have an opportunity to make public comment to the commission. And we welcome James Thompson from Senator Bennett's office. Thank you for being here. We have anything else? I'll use my pause for internet purposes.
Elena's joined us too.
Okay, and there she is. Good morning, Elena. So we do have another commission member who's joined us, Elena. All right, hearing no public comment, we will move on with Commissioner's report from Kate.
All right, thank you, Colleen. Morning, everybody. Great being with you all, and thanks for folks joining us virtually as well. We're out here in Ray, and we've been out here for the last day visiting folks across the area. So I just want to say thank you to everyone who's hosted us, including our team who put on a great tour yesterday. So we visited yesterday morning a star producer, a member of our Colorado Soil Health Program down to south of Burlington. Really great tour, just hearing what he's trying out with our Star Soil Health Program, which we're now kind of rebranding into just the Colorado Soil Health Program, STAR being one of the main tools in that program. We had the Conservation District there, NRCS, and just really good conversation about how that program is actually working on the ground. And by all accounts, it's working. It's a big experiment. I think one takeaway I heard from the district was year one, it was hard to communicate that it was okay to fail in this program. And that is a lot of how we set this program up, as a tool to help producers absorb risk as you're trying new things. Now in year three, the Conservation District has said, actually it's changed. Folks are now trying new things because they know there is support to try something out you may or may not be certain is going to work. And so I think that's, to me, a success for the soil health program, and just appreciate all the partnership, so much of that around this table that's helped make this program into what it is. And of course, a lot of work yet to come as we grow it. We also had a chance to visit the Stratton Co-op yesterday down in Stratton, and that was a great time. Just putting kind of the geography we're in context and scale of ag out here. And then David and I and Robert Sakata got a chance to visit with the Stratton FFA chapter. It is their last week of school and the last week of high school for most of them. So, you know, it was an antsy time, obviously, to get out and graduate, but really good chance to meet with students down there and just talk about ag and what they're passionate about and interested in. So we talked a lot about drought and water, and of course, that was top of mind for everyone in that room. I had a chance to visit a couple of our brand inspectors out here at the Tri-State Livestock Exchange after they closed last night, but it's nice checking in with them. And then, of course, last night we held our public forum here in Ray. I would say we had about 40 folks from the community turn up. And just for folks listening in, this is something we're trying to do with all of our traveling Ag Commission meetings the night before. And we'll talk a little bit more about that down the agenda. But really, really good conversation. Of course, sort of the formal part where I'm talking at people about what we're doing and we're having question and answer was good, but the time before and after, when we're just, you know, one-on-one conversations, shaking hands, getting to know each other, I think is the most valuable part of these kinds of events. So appreciate the Ag Commission members and CDA staff for showing up and hosting that last night. So we've got a packed agenda, and welcome David, and happy belated birthday. Yeah, I'm good for you to join us here. We've got, Jordan will be giving updates on our budget and the end of the legislative session, which was last week. But just from a 30,000 foot view, this was a really big year for us. We put everything that we wanted on the table, and we fought really hard for all of it, and we got the majority of what we fought for. So Jordan will cover that, but huge team effort. We actually are already starting to plan for our next budget and legislative cycle. So we do that before the end of the current legislative session. So sometimes we're dealing with 3 fiscal years at once, and that's kind of the moment we're in. But I'm just really excited about what this year means for the department. and the resources we've been able to bring on board, I believe are going to be really meaningful for our ag communities across the state. We'll also have Dr. Baldwin on later down on the agenda to discuss highly pathogenic avian influenza. Obviously, a very quickly evolving situation. Couldn't be more proud of the team we have and Dr. Baldwin's leadership. It's not the first sort of crisis event, if you will, that she's had to handle by any means. And so we've been through similar things before. We've got our groove and how we respond. We've got great partnerships. And we are taking this a step at a time, but also looking out on the horizon and how we make sure we're seeing what might be coming and planning for it. So she'll have a good update for us here in a little bit. I do want to update on some of my recent travel before getting into a few other specific updates. I have had the chance a few weeks ago to travel to Costa Rica with the governor, as well as some other cabinet members as part of an organization called the Biennial of the Americas. And this organization is based in Denver and essentially fosters connection in business, arts, culture, food across the Americas. And so they take a delegation abroad once or twice a year, bring in partners from across the continents, and we build relationships that way. So our trip in Costa Rica was actually the first half focused on agriculture and specifically regenerative agriculture, big topic in Costa Rica, which is a country smaller than our state, about 5.2 million people in the whole country. Of course, a tropical country. So talked a lot about pineapple and papaya and other such things, potatoes too. And so the first day we had a ag business roundtable with the governor, met with some of the top import-export companies and discussed business that we can do together. The good thing about the timing is that John and Ashley, our international marketing team, will be back in Costa Rica in September for a trade show. So that'll be kind of the follow-up. And we talk specifically on opportunities in dairy, and they're a big dairy country, but all cooperative and primarily smallholder dairies. So we met with Dos Pinos, one of the largest dairy cooperatives down there. They have about 1,500 members, and on average, each of those members have about 60 head. So they're really looking at how to support the smallholder farmer. We talked a lot about climate smart ag. They are dealing with drought, believe it or not, in the tropics. They're starting to think about installing irrigation and moving water around. And heat is becoming a bigger and bigger issue for their livestock and their people. So the co-op is actually making investments in infrastructure for heat protection, for worker safety, really thinking about climate investments from a business standpoint for all of their membership. There's also a climate smart certification called NAMA, and they are really encouraging all of their 1,500 members to aim toward that certification from a business standpoint. So I thought that was really interesting with what we're doing on climate smart marketing, on soil health, on really supporting sort of the tools that farmers can use to enter these markets and build resilience.
Who's handling the certification? Is it a government program?
I think NAMA is a government program, I
Okay.
believe. Yeah. I also had the chance to sit on a panel hosted by Carrie Wright at CSU with a number of folks from Costa Rica. One who's a young female organizer in the north who's working with women, smallholder farmers, and helping set up backyard gardens for food access and food security. The president of Earth University down there, which is trying to train young people in sort of regenerative principles. It was interesting. We didn't just talk about regenerative ag. We talked a lot about the circular economy and sort of the concepts of regeneration as they apply to any industry. And so these university students are thinking about how do we turn our waste streams into products, reduce our waste, increase our climate resilience, and come up with economic opportunities where we don't have them right now. And then we also had a biotech leader who's really trying to apply that circular economy through technology and taking waste streams and turning them into useful products. So a lot of relevant conversation to what we're doing here and some business opportunities we're hopeful for that we can follow up on in September. Any other comments or questions on Costa Rica or international work? All right. I got back from Costa Rica and got to go to North Park. It's quite the contrast because we drove through a blizzard both ways to get there. But just want to say how much I appreciate my time in North Park. I was actually out there with Wayne East, our in our animal health division for a range riding workshop, really focused on stockmanship, but a lot of good takeaways for us as we're building our range riding and non-lethal management program. Also had a chance to meet with the North Park stock growers that evening. I think this was last Monday for their monthly board meeting. So spent 2 hours talking about, the biggest things on the table right now, which of course is wolves and how CDA and CPW are going to be showing up in new ways, especially CDA as we build this program. So we have let North Park know very clearly before the meeting, during the meeting, after the meeting. We are offering the exact same opportunities we have to Middle Park, up to $20,000 grant for North Park stock growers to use for non-lethal means to support their landowners and producers. It's not a fix-all, it's not a one-size-fits-all. It's really the idea of what we're doing right now is community-driven. We're not telling folks what tools work or will not work, but we want to be able to put some resources on the table while we're building our permanent program. So that has been, maybe that's a good segue into talking about where we are with wolves. So I mentioned kind of what we're doing right now. And for those of you who were at the forum last night, probably heard me say I'm thinking about this in sort of 3 phases that are overlapping. First phase is immediate. We're in the end of calving season in most places. We've had depredations in Middle and North Park, and we've really, now that CDA is in this, right, and this is brand new for us. We've been at the table on the policy side, on the programmatic side, actually putting resources out there. This is brand new. So we're figuring it out as quickly as we can. What we did last month with Middle Park was move up to $20,000 to stock growers for them to use as they saw fit for non-lethal tools. Middle Park chose range riding as the tool they wanted to try. So when you see, headlines on range riding program or, it's not CDA saying you must use range riding. It was us saying, hey, we've got resources. Here's a suite of tools. What do you all think might work? Or what do you think you might want to try? Right. And so that was the conversation and how we got to where we are with Middle Park. We've offered the same for North Park. And the reason I'm pointing out those 2 communities is because that's where we've had depredations. So kind of this phase 1, if you will, is really focused on it's reactive, right? Where have we had an issue that we need to go in and support the community in a new way, however we can. Again, it's not a fix-all, but CDA is showing up in a new way. The second kind of phase, which we're building right now, is more proactive. So how can we create something that works for our livestock producers and ag communities before there's a depredation? So whether that's planning for what you want to do for your business or for your community, whether that's hiring a range rider before there's an incident, getting flagery put up, whatever those lists of tools are. This sort of second phase is more looking out onto the horizon. And so we're building that now, but certainly welcome input from you all about what would be beneficial. That phase is sort of a bridge into the permanent program, sort of this longer term phase 3, if you will, that we are now able to do because of our budget request this year. Jordan will talk about, we'll have 3 full-time people working under Wayne East, who will be building this non-lethal technical assistance program for livestock producers. As we build that out, we're gonna have the same approach and same ethos as we have had for this phase 1. What do communities need? What makes sense on the ground? How do we align that with the resources and skill set that we have? And then how do we show up as a good partner with our ag communities throughout this time? So we've posted for that first job, the first of 3, and I believe interviews are happening as we speak. Yeah. So Wayne has really not held back at all. He's very, very much pushing forward on this and very committed to getting boots on the ground as fast as we can. Realistically, probably 2 of those 3 people will be in the field regularly, which is great. We've got a massive territory to cover if you think of all of Northwest Colorado and a lot of the northern and central Rockies. So we're also thinking about how do we maximize our resources in partnership with Parks and Wildlife. They have been a really great partner with us and care deeply about ag. At that North Park stock growers meeting, Parks and Wildlife was there, including Adam Baca, who's the lead on this for CPW, and just so clearly showing their commitment to supporting ag and supporting livestock producers. So we're gonna keep on with that partnership as we figure out our role in all of this. But just know that we are moving quickly. We got the Middle Park grant turned around within 2 weeks. And we made that same commitment to North Park. They asked, how long would it take? I said, if you call me tomorrow, we'll start working on it tomorrow. So we're hustling as much as we can on this.
How long is that $20,000 grant supposed to last for them? So just through calving, and then what's the funding available for the next phase?
Yeah, so our grant agreement is through the end of June,
Mhm.
and it was designed both sides to be short-term temporary, because they felt that they could have some success with the range riders based upon the calving and the specific situation there. And so we're gonna have to reassess then once that's done. That goes to what the Commissioner was talking about in terms of kind of that different phase strategy of like, this was an immediate need that we had resources we wanted to help now. And so now we're trying to figure out kind of, again, work on those next steps.
Yeah, because the cattle get dispersed after that.
Yep.
And that's a whole different phase of tools that you'll need, because the range riders, you're right, they can't cover that huge area because they're not going to be close up calving anymore.
Any other questions on where we are with wolf reintroduction right now?
Has there been any interstate cooperation with other states that have done reintroduction of wolves to see what tactics work for them and what they've seen work and not work
Absolutely.
to guide our producers here?
Yeah, absolutely. So the range riding workshop last week, we had livestock producers from Montana, Oregon, and California. Montana and Oregon specifically, really telling us kind of what's worked and what hasn't over the last 30 years that they've been adapting to it. A lot of other resources from other states, and I know CPW is well plugged in as well, but I think at CDA, we are starting to learn a lot from producers in other states. That'll be, I think, a big part of our work as we build out this program too.
And Wayne in developing the position did reach out to and had conversations with a lot of the other kind of Western states that have wolves or have done reintroductions to understand kind of what they're doing and what's beneficial in this position.
Well, reach out anytime. It's fast moving, but hopefully this paints a picture of how we're approaching it, and you'll see us just leaning in a lot on this work. Last few updates before I introduce some of our newest folks. Highway 50 for you West Slopers. Catherine's smiling. I'm sure Harrison is too. Highway 50 is closed, as you all know, and this is yet another area that CDA responds, where we respond. So just to put our sort of emergency management program that we've developed into context, we've got HighPath AI, we've got bridge closure, we're entering wildfire season. We respond to all of these events. So on Highway 50, that is the main corridor for ag transit for the bulk of the Western Slope. Your alternate routes are I-70 or 160. 160 goes over Red Mountain Pass and Mullis and Coal Bank and then Wolf Creek. I-70 goes through Glenwood Canyon and is, it is what it is in Glenwood. So that's just to say a 4-hour reroute through pretty big mountain terrain isn't the ideal reroute for folks, to say the least. So Dan Frazen, our Ag Emergency Coordinator, has been part of the Emergency Operations Center that's located out in Gunnison. He's actually staffed the Ag seat, the ESF 11 seat, for a week to give Extension a break. Extension is the lead on this in terms of communications with our ag producers on the Western Slope. And we're actually working with Extension and County Fairgrounds for staging areas if folks are transporting live animals and need to pull over to take a break, because adding 4 hours to your drive time might push you over the limit. So we're working on alternative scenarios. There's no great answer for anybody. The county road workarounds, CDOT's put money into, but it's not great for ag trucks either. So just to say we're on it. We're lucky we've got somebody like Dan who can represent us. He's making the direct phone calls to producers out there, connecting them in with Extension, listening to what their specific needs are, and then trying to integrate that into the emergency operations planning. So we'll have more updates as we know more. Right now, there's no timeline for bridge reopening. Any questions, comments on Highway 50? All right, last couple of things. I'm probably taking this from Hollis and Jordan, but another development at CDA, we are building a division of animal welfare. I think we've been talking about this for quite some time. We ran a budget request and a bill, and they both passed. I'll let these guys talk more about what that means. But just in the context of what I just talked about with Dr. Baldwin and her team doing foreign animal disease, traceability, emergency management, they've also been overseeing animal welfare, our BAP and PACFA programs. So we're going to be moving those two programs out under a new division and a new division head, bringing in outreach and education team members, and really focusing on implementing our strategic plan, which is focused on outreach, education, sound investigations, really streamlining our programs in those areas. So more on that, but I'm really excited about that, both for the capacity it gives Dr. Baldwin and her team and the capacity it'll give us on oversight over our animal welfare work. Changing tack, our 150-250 plan. So for those of you who are like, what is that again? 2026 is the 150th anniversary of Colorado as a state, 250th of the United States as a nation. It's gonna be a lot of celebration going on. We are working on a history book with History Colorado on Colorado Ag. Madison is leading a massive archiving project, which has been phenomenal, seeing all the records we have in various places. She is collating them, organizing them. We're getting them digitized, so you could search, I want to see all of the annual reports from 1930 to 1940 for the Department of Ag. There you go. So that it's going to be a really neat resource for just how we've evolved as an agency, and that will help us write this book. We've signed our contract with History Colorado, so they're going to be our project lead. So that means they'll be doing oral histories with producers around the state. They'll be doing the research and the writing. We'll have creative oversight as an agency, and then we'll be doing a lot more that kind of spins off of that as well. So as always, if you're excited about this and want to work with us more regularly, just let me know. Tiffany Brigner, who's our deputy in the labs division, is our lead on this project, which I'm really excited about. And just kind of the more we dive into it, the more really fascinating history starts bubbling up. Last few updates, just upcoming events. This Friday, Colleen and I will be in Longmont at the National Young Farmers Coalition Farm to Table Dinner. Next week, we've been working on this for a few months. We have a PFAS coordination meeting with CDPHE and EPA. So we've not lost sight on PFAS whatsoever. This was a request that we made to CDPHE that, hey, let's get around the table and figure out who's on first before we start going down any sort of regulatory route. So grateful to them on that partnership. The EPA will also be in Denver next week, so we'll be with them. And then we have our Bureau of Animal Protection conference at the end of the month. That's a really great time to learn about what BAP does. We have a lot of local law enforcement and others come in to get trained by our team. So if you have any interest, that's a neat time to join us. I'm 2 minutes over, sorry, Colleen,
Okay.
but any questions before I introduce our new folks? All right, well, I'm so glad you both are here in person. Thanks for making the trek from Southeast Colorado. For those of you new to CDA, last year we created 4 new part-time positions. They're called Regional Assistant Commissioner positions. They're members of our senior team. They work directly with us about 5 to 10 hours a week. They're active farmers and ranchers, and they're all around the state. George Witten, who I think is on, and Joe Stanko also on, have been with us as our first 2 RACs out in Routt County and Saguache. And now we have Nick Purchase and Riley May from Pueblo County and Lamar, respectively, joining us this morning. So I'd love to hand it over to you both to introduce yourselves to our group and to the audience out there. Nick, do you want to start?
Sure. Nick Purchase. I'm really excited to be at the table with everyone here and for the opportunity. You guys have been really welcoming. It's only been a week. Still learning a whole bunch and getting settled in and organized with especially all the tech stuff. We'll work on some more of that later. I'm really excited to be working closely with Riley and be coming from the same area as him, as I think that we'll be able to close a huge gap in between our two areas. Yeah. I'm here. We're here. I'm
Want to
ready.
share a bit about your operation?
Oh, operation. Yeah. So Farm and Ranch in Avondale, Colorado, inside of Pueblo County. Livestock, multi-species operation. We've got stone fruit. We do honey. Mother of children involved in FFA and 4-H. Woman owned and operated. I'm a first-gen farmer, a woman farmer, and I'm going into my 10th season. So I've gone from 4 acres to 45 in those 10 years. So I'm really proud of myself. I've used CDA in order to acquire some their programs as far as grants and things. I got a tractor this year for the first time in 10 years, so I'm not using my back. It's super exciting. So I'm gonna grow so much more food. Reestablished a bunch of new pasture this year, which I'm excited about. Working real close with City of Pueblo and some new urban farmers that are coming up. And trying to support them, and we're opening up some new markets, which we definitely need on the east side where we're at. So that seems to be trucking along really well. I'm involved in a lot of different ag organizations as far as sitting on different boards in our community, and networking with them, trying to be a key player and plugging in new people that are first gen or the next generation that's going to start taking over farms, to get them into some of these leadership roles in our local organizations, so that we can get some more excitement going back on where we're at. Because a lot of people have been, sitting around for a long time doing the work, and so now we need some fresh new blood in there. So that's something that I'm really focused on, is trying to pull in those people, because they're in my age demographic too, and then they have to see me all the time. But I'm really excited to be here, and I hope that I can be of service to all of you on a professional level and a personal level, and build our relationships and strong. Lean on me, call me, email me. Let me know what I can do to help you.
My speech is going to be much lower energy than this one. But I'm Riley May from Lamar. I'll be Farm and Ranch northeast of town there. I've got a wife and 2 little boys, 3 and 6 years old, and another kid hopefully on the way this summer. I've lived my entire life right there, farming and ranching, raising cattle and crops. So I kind of know the area pretty well. The whole eastern slope here, eastern side of the state specifically, is home to me. I'm involved in a lot of different community engagements as well, like Nick was talking about. I'm an open book. If you want to know anything about me, happy to share. I just won't probably come out and tell you.
Well, thanks you both. We're so excited to have you on board, and I think take them up on their offer that they're resources for all of us now, and really helping fill a geographic gap in the state for us. Obviously, Nick, you're kind of northern part of Southeast, and David, we got you out here, and so really great having the far southeast corner of the state here at the table too.
And Kate,
Oh, yeah.
would
Please,
it be good if Joe and George gave their deal to them just to help them out, or maybe they've already met? That way,
They have.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So
So,
they
and,
are-
and we'll, we
okay.
have weekly meetings with George and Joe and Riley and Nick as well.
Sure.
It's a strong team of 4 now that we got them on board.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Dave.
Great. Yeah, I was just gonna say, I'm sure Joe and George will help show you the ropes and what they've been doing in the last year. So welcome. I'm glad to have you aboard.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Legislative updates and budget. Jordan.
Yes, I'm just gonna pull up the screen here and share this with you. So as most of you know, the legislative session ended last Wednesday. There was a little over 700 bills that were introduced during the session. It's a lot of activity going through. CDA, we actively were involved in a little over 50 of those that were going through the process. about 9 of those, 50 that we engaged, over 50 that we engaged in, passed and directly impact kind of the operations of the department. And so I'm going to give you all an overview of the budget items that passed, as well as the legislation that passed that directly impacts the department, and a little bit about just very briefly on kind of implementation timeline of that, so you get a little bit better sense as we transition from the legislative session to implementing some of these new bills and budget items. Then there's just a couple of other bills that I'll touch on as well, but if you have questions on other bills that don't directly impact us, happy to answer questions on those after I go through this. So this was a very significant budget year for us. And again, given this presentation a little bit to you, so it shouldn't be a surprise, but at the end of the day, we had a little over 13% budget increase for our departments starting in July 1st, so the next fiscal year. I think more significantly was we saw a little over 20% general fund increase for our department, which haven't looked, but I think that's probably the largest percentage increase in any department in the state. And, you know, I think this is one area we're really proud of this year. We really did focus in on budget, knowing that we're going to be entering into some really tight budget years going forward. And so our whole approach this year was really looking at immediate needs that our programs have, trying to fill those, but also trying to position us for the future in the next few years to make sure that we have the resources in the programs that we that really are driving our priorities and our ways forward. And so again, this is a large increase in percentage wise, but again, I think it's setting us up in a really good spot over the next 3, 4, or 5 years. Also, when you're looking at the overall state budget, we are still 0.01% of the overall state budget. So while percentage increase here is significant, when you're looking at the budget as a whole, the investments going into agriculture are still pretty small on the grand scheme of things. So back in the last slide. So in that total increase as well, that does include funding for kind of across the board pay increases for our staff. So there's 3% pay increase for all staff across the state. That's included in this. And then there's also a STEP program that's being implemented by the state to help kind of equalize some pay differences between staff that are in the same classifications. A lot of those increases, especially in the general fund programs, were also included in this budget as well. So beyond those kind of baseline budget items for kind of staff increases each year, we submit specific budget requests for increases for specific programs. We had quite a number of budget requests this year, the most since I've been at the department. Kate has been at the department as well. So I'm just going to run through these for you all as well. So the first one was funding for an agricultural emergency management position. And Commissioner touched on this before. This is for one new staff person that's going to be within the animal health division, working with Dan Frazen. Since this funding is coming on kind of in July, we're going to be working over the summer and the fall to hire that position. Our second request was related to creating the Division of Animal Welfare. The funding for this through our budget was for 3 new positions, division director, an education and outreach specialist, as well as an administrative support person. So kind of the implementation of that, again, we're working on through the commissioner's office to stand up that division. Hollis might touch on this a little bit more, but we'll be working to hire division director first, stand up the division, and then hire those 2 other positions probably later this summer or the fall as well. The third request was related to renewable energy adaptation, and this was funding that's going to the Agricultural Drought and Climate Resilience Office within the Conservation Services Division. part of the request for this as well is related to our Acre 3 program, which is the Advancing Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency program, which was run by the Value Added Development Board and was operated off of funding we got through a severance tax allocation that expired in 2017. Those funds are being spent down. We anticipate they'll be spent down within the year. And so this new funding will help us maintain some of the aspects of that program, but housed under the Agricultural Drought and Climate Resilience Office with a little bit more flexibility in how we expend those funds going forward. There's also one FTE that was included in the funding for this, and that is for our existing staff member that worked in the Acre 3 program, who's now under AdCro and will be continuing kind of those same duties. Again, it's just to continue that position since that other funding was running out. Our fourth and fifth requests, again, go to some of those immediate needs that I had mentioned. These are operational funding increases for many of the programs within our department. So both cash funded programs, fee-based programs, as well as general funded programs. A lot of these programs hadn't seen an increase in their operational funding in over a decade. And you all know what inflation is doing to your bottom lines. This has really been putting a lot of pressure on those programs and what they can do. And so we're really fortunate to get increases for a lot of our programs. I've set them up to be able to continue the work that they've been doing without having to make cuts going forward. Our sixth request is actually kind of reappropriated funds. So it's funds that come from other sources that are already coming into the department. A lot of this is federal funds and grants that we're bringing in to the department. This essentially will allow the commissioner's office to have spending authority to use the funds we're already getting to provide services to the whole department, and particularly those programs.
It's your internet.
My internet's
Yeah.
dropped out now. I'll share my screen again.
Okay.
There we go. So it allows us to hire those positions that support all of those programs. So a lot of it is in our business operations team, procurement, accounting, again, things that support those grant programs at the federal level. The ninth request that we submitted was for funding for staff for our workforce services program. This is a program that's housed within the ICS division. We originally received funding, partial funding through Senate Bill 87. It dropped again. I'll just keep talking through it. Through Senate Bill 87 that went through a few years ago, the Ag Worker Bill of Rights. With this, again, we requested 2 additional staff to work with Paul DePara, who's on our team already, to really continue to build those relationships and provide support to both employers and employees trying to navigate the new labor requirements. This is a challenge for everybody involved. And so these new staff will be working a lot with CDLE and working regionally, again, trying to connect and work on kind of both sides of this issue, really helping everybody navigate this going forward. And a lot of the push for this on our end was really seeing the need for education out there. I know a lot of the organizations, ag organizations in the state have been doing a lot of education around this as well. But there is a lot of need, and especially a lot of need to connect with programs within CDLE, since this is a very new space in agriculture where you haven't had that input before.
So there are discussions now at the federal level about some ag labor laws. Are they talking and looking around the states about what other states are doing? And have you had any conversations higher up?
I personally haven't had any conversations directly about how Colorado's new laws and regulations might play into the conversations at the federal level.
Yeah, no.
I haven't either as of late. That certainly, it's been a topic on the table of the national, if there's gonna be a national effort,
Yeah.
you know, but happy to follow up.
Yeah. Our 10th request was kind of one-time funding for business operations improvements. So software to automate systems for travel reimbursements and HR processes. Again, just to make things a little bit more efficient. And then we did have a budget amendment request for the Wolf reintroduction technical assistance that Commissioner touched on a little bit earlier. This was a budget amendment, essentially meaning that it wasn't part of the original governor's original budget in November, but it was a change that was made to it and submitted to the legislature in January. And this was for the 3 FTE as well as equipment for them, so trucks and ATVs, as well as a lot of pretty significant amount of ongoing operational costs, so that we can purchase supplies. So when we are going out and working with producers, we actually have supplies that we can offer as part of that program. Again, with this one, we are starting the hiring process now, but the general plan that Wayne has is that, again, trying to just get through this season and then kind of working fall, winter next year, doing a lot of outreach, going to all the conferences, talking with everybody about what they want to see in our program and how to stand that up kind of on a more permanent basis, so that by springtime we have our folks on board, we have a work plan for kind of the next season. And then his plan is to kind of have this be an iterative process. So every year kind of going back and checking what's worked, what hasn't worked, what should we change going forward, and continue to do that. We also had 2 kind of controlled maintenance and capital construction requests for the state fair that both passed. A little under $4 million that the state fair will get for HVAC improvements, health, life safety improvements for the Creative Arts Building, as well as ADA and other code compliance there, and then replacement for the retractable seating at the event center for the state fair. So and there was kind of one other component that was added in. It wasn't technically part of the long bill budget, but it was one of the orbital bills or bills that moved through the process along with the budget. That was a $200,000 increase to the conservation district matching grants. I believe up until this year, we received about $500,000 for that. So this would be a $200,000 increase on top of that. That funding does come through severance taxes. And so there was a bill kind of reallocating severance taxes and how they're distributed to different programs. And so that was passed as part of that bill. And then talk through some of the legislation that passed and talk about that. So again, there's about 9 bills that passed that will impact the department. First one is 1032, which is the extension of the wild horse program that was passed last year, and again, it's also run by Wayne East in the animal health division. This bill extends the repeal date of that program for 1.5 years. So it was actually set to repeal at the end of June this year. So this extends it another 1.5 years and really allows us to spend down money that we got last year in a kind of more effective and efficient manner with that program. So we did receive a one-time allotment of $1.5 million last year for that program. House Bill 1249, which is the tax credit for agricultural stewardship practices. This is one of our agenda bills this year. And we worked very closely with Rep. Winter and Senator Rod Pelton on that bill. Originally, it had a $10 million cap, but as part of the tax credit negotiations, that $10 million annual cap got reduced to $3 million. So now the program, again, will, going forward, we'll be able to issue tax credits for producers that are implementing qualified stewardship practices which will be largely defined through a rulemaking process that we'll have to do as a department. And those payments will be a per acre payment up to kind of a maximum amount. And there's kind of 3 tiers as part of that. So if you're doing, you know, 1 qualifying stewardship practice, you're eligible for 1 set of dollar amounts. If you're doing 2, you kind of stack that, and then 3, it increases it again. So it's trying to provide incentive to do multiple practices, not just 1.
Is it a refundable or?
It is a refundable tax credit, yes. So that was kind of a very important part of all of this, is that most ag producers don't have sufficient state income taxes to utilize the full credit. So really needed to be a refundable tax credit to make it worthwhile. That tax credit won't be in place until 2026. Department of Revenue has a large amount of tax credits that they're implementing, and they just simply don't have the capacity to implement it sooner. So that will start in a couple of years, which gives us, the department, you know, some time to go through the rulemaking process, do a lot of stakeholdering for that. We will also be getting 2 FTE to help administer that program going forward. That'll be housed within conservation.
So just for sharing information, one of the projects that I'm working on for Climate Smart Commodities is doing a bunch of surveys about why and why not people are adopting and what sort of incentives they would need. So that'll give enough time for us to share the survey, and you can use that in your data collection.
Yeah, that'll be really helpful. And in each of these categories as well, there's a range in the dollar amounts that we can set. And so as we're going through this and looking at kind of the other information that's out there, the cost of implementing different practices, we can kind of tailor those per acre payments based upon all that information.
Harrison has a question.
Yeah, Harrison.
Thanks, Jordan. Hey, for this and the other tax credit based on soil health and practices, where can you describe for me a little bit how people who are currently certifying organic will interface with the tax credits? Will it be an additional program? Will it overlap with the way that we currently participate with the organic program? Is it totally separate? How do those things overlap? And this may be written out in the bill language, so I apologize if I'm asking an inappropriate question, but can you describe that a little bit?
Yeah, no, it's a really good question. So there is a requirement in this bill that if you are receiving other state or federal incentives to implement the practice, then you're not eligible to also receive this. So you can't stack multiple state or federal benefits on top of each other. With that said, it is.
Would that include the cost share, the certification cost share?
I'll have to look into that a little bit more. And I guess it probably depends on if you're getting, again, paid or getting an incentive to implement that specific practice that you're already getting the tax credit for. So one of the ways it could work is that, you know, you could be getting a payment from NRCS or, you know, from somewhere else to implement, no-till. But then you could come to this program and say, I also want to do cover crops. And so you could get the payment for no-till from one spot and cover crops from us for the same acreage. You just couldn't get paid for cover crops from both. So you can, there's flexibility designed into it to work with other programs. I just want to make sure that we're not duplicating those payments for the exact same thing. And a lot of the details of this are going to be worked out through rulemaking. There's going to be a lot that's going to be a challenging rulemaking.
And we'll see those as the commission.
Yeah,
you'll see the rules.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. And as I said, since this is the tax credit is not going to be implemented until 2026, this is going to give us a long runway to do a lot of stakeholder work up front and then kind of work through those rules. So
Jordan, when you say not Twenty twenty-six, is that tax year 2026 or tax year 25?
Tax year 26.
Okay, so,
Mm.
got it.
Like a year and a half from now.
So if projects are being completed now, can they, what's the back timeframe,
So-
backtrack?
So there's no look back, so it would be
Oh.
starting in 2026.
Okay,
If you're implementing one of these, you can submit an application to the department. And there will be kind of again, this will all have to be set out in rule, but there will be a process to apply for the tax credit ahead of the year that you'll be implementing it. And then there's gonna need to be verification requirements to show that you are actually implementing it. And that's part of the staff that's we're getting through this program, is to kind of both help on the technical assistance side to help people implement the practices, but then also do that verification piece of it.
The timeline should also not be a deterrent to implementing those
Yeah.
practices.
just drag our heels for a while.
Yeah.
And the language in the bill, and during fill in on here, but it's not a look back, and it's not, you don't have to have gone from 0 to something either at the start of it. It's just, you have, at the point of applying, essentially, you have implemented these practices. So whether you've already been implementing them for 20 years and in year 21, you implemented them again and then you applied, or if you did one last year and want to do 2 or 3 more this year, you know, we don't want to disincentivize folks moving forward on this by having like a get of like, you have to have done nothing before and now you're doing something, because that would maybe incentivize people to stall, right, on implementing those.
Right.
So that's why the language is like at the time of application, if you're using these practices, you may be eligible. The other element, just for expectation setting, we were pushing for 10 million. Like Jordan said, there were a lot of good negotiations on tax credits. We're glad we got this through. 3 million is not a whole heck of a lot of money for what we're trying to do. That isn't not to say that that might not change in the future, but I think it's a really important program that we get right. I just want you all to know that this isn't, we're going to have a waiting list, right? We're going to have folks who are wanting to get it who probably can't in year 1. And part of that thinking, we also integrated into the bill, right, in terms of there's a roll off. You can only, I think it's 3 years that you can receive the tax credit before you're rolled off. So the idea is we do want more people to be able to access it over time as well, even with limited cap.
Yeah. There's gonna be lots more on this program as we move forward. Again, probably won't hear a lot.
What is our timeframe then for the program? Because you're talking about having it being able to apply in 2025, even though not to receive the benefits until 2026 when it actually launches. But there seems like there's a lot of stuff in it.
Yes, there is. So yeah, yeah. So there is. So again, we're at that point where we're kind of transitioning from everything that passed, and we just found out. I mean, this passed, a week ago. So now kind of the next step is to work with the divisions and come up with those kind of concrete implementation plans. Again, we have most of the staff for this. We don't get funding until next July. And so the staff will be coming on about 6 months before the program starts. We do get a little bit of funding prior to that to help out with the rulemaking process, but that will have to be kind of initiated with our existing staff and kind of worked into their work plans as well. So there's going to be a lot of conversations with that going forward. But yeah, I mean, we're not going to wait a whole year to start this process. With our experience with the other tax credit program that we have, it's a big lift to get the rules right. And this is I think going to be more complicated than the food access program. So it'll be a big lift, and as with everything, I think there's going to have to be tweaks as we move forward as well. We're not going to get everything right the first go around, and we'll learn as we go.
Another selfish question. Is the commissioner vested with authority upon the signature of the bill or September 1 of 2024 to commence rulemaking? Or is it, okay, so we're not waiting for January 1 of 2026?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, it's just the tax credit doesn't begin until that tax year.
Are the caps defined in the bill, or is that going to be part of the rulemaking?
Yeah, so the annual cap is defined in the rule, and then the individual producer cap is defined in the statute as well. And then for the each qualifying practice, there's a range that's in the statute. And so we'll have to define through rule what dollar amount each practice gets.
I resign.
Rejected. Not accepted.
Gave you an extra year. So moving on, and these are just in order of bill numbers. House Bill 1354. This is a bill that impacts our PACFA program and requires our licensees to notify their customers if there's a disease outbreak within their facility. This is best practice for most of our licensees anyways, and so this will just kind of codify that requirement. Working with Nick, the PACFA program manager, we really felt that this wouldn't be a big lift on our licensees since most of them do this anyways. House Bill 1390 is it's titled School Food Programs, but essentially this part of the bill creates a working group to look at the Healthy School Meals for All programs, and it creates the Healthy School Meals for All Technical Advisory Group. As part of that, in the bill, CDA is directed to collaborate with this group. And so as they stand up that group and start working through kind of those conversations, CDA staff will kind of be at the table and providing assistance to them as they're doing that.
Jordan, for that, who's the head of agency?
That is,
CD.
yeah, CDA.
Sorry.
So that will be CD, and we're kind of still working through kind of who's going to be lead for that, but it's likely going to be Markets Division. We didn't receive any staff funding for that. We typically don't when it's kind of, be collaborate or have to be involved periodically with a working group. So that's something that, again, we'll be working with Markets to implement and be involved with that.
Roberto from the last meeting shared a vested interest in this particular bill.
Yeah.
So just heads up there.
Yeah. Roberto has been very involved with the ballot initiative and that whole process. Yeah. Next bill is 1458. This is the bill that created the Division of Animal Welfare. So again, in that bill, we just formally created the division in our statutes, and then we moved the Bureau of Animal Protection from Animal Health underneath it. It's one of only a few programs within our department that's actually allocated to a specific division. So that's why that was included in the bill. Our PACFA program isn't in statute allocated to a specific division, and so we're able to just administratively move that over. And so that wasn't in the statute, but both of those programs will be under this new division. The other piece of this bill was that there was $200,000 general fund allocated specifically targeted for equine welfare grants. So the intent is that we will work with organizations to provide support for horse owners, specifically kind of emergency feed, vet care, sheltering, when we have situations where owners, for lack of resources, mental health issues, other things can no longer take care of their equines. And a lot of this, the idea for this came through our BAP program, where a lot of the issues that they see in the equine space is with those kind of individual owners that just have come on a hard time, and they have to make a choice of paying their mortgage, feeding their family, or getting vet care for their horse, things like that. And so our hope with this funding, again, is to work with existing organizations to help provide some of these resources to keep people out of a situation where there might be a civil or criminal kind of penalty. So we'll be working to stand up that grant program probably this fall. That will be under the new division. So once we hire that division director, it's going to be one of their tasks to get that implemented. Moving on to the Senate Bill, Senate Bill 26, which we talked a little bit about in previous meetings. This is the agricultural and natural resource public engagement requirements. So this is the bill that puts specific requirements on all of you, as well as Parks and Wildlife Commission and Colorado Water Conservation Board to do specific public engagement and outreach requirements. That bill was amended through the process and really won't have an impact on you because we are already in compliance with the requirements of the bill now that it's gone through and in its amended form. So something to be aware of that it is out there and it's now a requirement, but we are already in compliance, so you won't really see any changes to how we operate as a commission.
Are these public forums that we had last night part of?
Yes.
That's essentially is our compliance with the law. We're doing it anyway, obviously, even without the new statute, but because we're doing it, we're already in compliance.
Yep. And the part of the changes with the statute allow those to be virtual now. And so it's much easier for us to comply with that. The original intent was that we did it in person. So even with the original intent of the bill, we likely would have been in compliance anyways, but it was watered down a little bit. So we now are definitely in compliance and it'll be fairly easy to maintain that going forward. Senate Bill 45 is another bill that impacts our PACRA program. This changed the sterilization requirements for cats and dogs and got rid of a exemption specifically for imported animals. They were able, under current statute, they were able to get an exemption from sterilizing cats and dogs for health reasons, and it was a really broad exemption. This really narrows that down and narrows it down for in-state folks and state shelters. And then again, those shelters and rescues that are importing animals no longer have that option for that exemption going forward. So all those animals will have to be spayed or neutered when they're coming in the state before they're adopted out. Senate Bill 55 is a bill that was put forward by Rocky Mountain Farmers Union. It creates a new rural and agricultural behavioral health program in the Behavioral Health Administration, as well as creates a working group that will be administered by CDA that will bring together ag groups, state agencies, and local partners working on mental and behavioral health issues in rural Colorado, kind of talk about best practices and how we can improve care going forward. There was originally a $500,000 grant component of this bill that would have gone to CDA. This was kind of tied into one of our budget requests that didn't move forward. That had to get cut out of the bill as part of just the overall funding negotiations at the end of the session to make this go through. So with that cut out, it did move forward. CDA will get half an FTE to help administer that working group as it gets stood up. The commissioner appoints the positions on that working group, and we have till September 1st to do so. So we'll be getting on that here shortly. And the first meeting of that working group has to be by January 1st. And so we'll be working this fall to set that up as well.
So just one comment. Our only mental health facility in the Grand Valley just closed due to lack of funding. Mine Springs and Grand Junction, which served the community. Access was poor, I understand, and it was still too expensive for most people to be able to access care, but it did just recently close. And so now we have a big hole in the mental health care in Grand Valley. So making sure that on that commission, we have representation from the West Slope and some of those communities that are really suffering. Even when they did have a facility, it was not able to sustain itself.
Yeah, I think as we stand up that application process, we'll certainly work with all of you and communicate that to all of you to help get the word out on that so we can get good applicants for that. And the last bill I'm going to talk about is Senate Bill 137. This is the planting of uncertified potatoes. This was probably the most talked about bill under the Gold Dome this year. For some reason, everybody was just fascinated by this bill. But Wandra and his team did a really wonderful job working with potato folks, going down to the valley, working with the sponsors to find kind of a path forward that worked for the potato growers and the potato seed growers. And so at the end of the day, kind of the compromise on this bill was that the bill does allow for the planting of uncertified potato seed. However, it does need to be tested for disease, but there's no regulatory component along with that testing. So it's really to better understand the implications of kind of allowing that type of the planting of uncertified potato seeds, so that, you know, after a couple of years, we get some data, we have a better understanding of the disease implications of that. So again, it's a summary of all the bills that pass that directly impact the department's operations. Again, there's a lot of bills that impact ag and ag communities that don't have time to go over all of those. But again, always happy to have kind of conversations. If you want more information on any of those, I'll talk about those. There are two bills in that category that I'm just going to touch on very briefly. The first is House Bill 1379. This is a bill to regulate dredge and fill activities that did pass. There's two bills moving through. There was kind of a compromise, very last minute. This bill ended up moving forward and passing. There's, from my understanding of it, and it's a very complicated bill, is that kind of all of the ag exemptions that have been asked for were included as part of this. Karen Vorthman is the lobbyist for Farm Bureau, was kind of leading the effort for all of the ag groups in the state. And again, my understanding of the process is that they largely got everything that they were asking for from the speaker in this process, and worked with her to make sure that was going smoothly and they were being listened to. Really, even the starting point on that bill incorporated all of the asks that we had heard from the ag community over the past couple of years in some of those discussions. And so, I think there was something like 50 or 60 amendments to the bill to make tweaks at the end of it. And so as we're going forward, though, there's going to be a lot of rulemaking that's going to really dictate how that program is run. Robert has been our primary person engaging in on this, and he will be going forward on the rulemaking. So if down the line you want more information or kind of a better briefing on what this will do, what impact it will have, happy to schedule some time to have Robert come join us and talk through some of that. The last thing I wanted to mention, then going back to the Healthy School Meals for All program, many of you may be aware there's some financial challenges with that. When the ballot initiative passed, it was estimated that in the first year it was going to cost about $150 million. It ended up costing about $50 million more than anticipated in the first year, and it's anticipated to cost about $30 million a year additionally going forward. There is no funding mechanism for that currently, and so the Joint Budget Committee had to find other sources of funding to kind of help fill the gap for the current year and for next year. And as part of doing that, there was cuts to a lot of the kind of grant programs that were part of that, in particular grant programs focused on producers and helping producers participate in this process. So the grants for this year were still in place, but going forward, they are being cut. There's going to need to be some conversations about that. The Joint Budget Committee really focused on providing the funding to get food on kids' plates first. So I think there's going to be a lot of discussions going forward about what this looks like, how it's funded, what changes to the program might be coming down the line. But kind of at the core of it is, the funding is that originally it was estimated that 20% of students would be participating in this. And the reality is that it was 30% in the first year. So, again, 50% more students participating in the program than they anticipated, which is a really good thing because they're getting meals to people that need them. However, again, it creates that long-term funding challenge for the program. So we'll be paying close attention to that as that process moves forward. I'm going to stop there and see if there's any questions.
Good job.
Hopefully you all heard the amount of work that
Yeah.
went into the session. That's hats off to Jordan and Bev and Jen Hughes, our CFO, and so many of our program staff for sticking it out through the very, very end of the session.
Before I end, real quickly, just touching on some federal things for the Farm Bill. Both the House and the Senate have kind of released their outlines of what the Farm Bill funding will look like. The House has scheduled their committee markups as the committee meeting where there's kind of the amendments added to the bill and kind of creates the structure of it. I think that's scheduled for the 26th of this month, and then James, does the Senate have theirs scheduled yet?
Not that I know.
Not that I know. So again, things are now starting to kind of heat back up in that world, so we'll be paying kind of more close attention to that as it moves forward. I will end there.
I got a question that Jordan probably doesn't know. The wild horse funding.
Yep.
What's the plan with it? Sounds like spending money last year and we spend last year's money, and what are we doing with it?
Yeah, and so I can jump in and others figure also want to fill in as well. So with that, we got 1.5 million. The bill that was passed last year was a little wonky. It originally contemplated us creating a nonprofit, and this was kind of essentially seed funding for a nonprofit, government-run nonprofit. The way that was structured just was not going to work, and we were never going to be able to implement it. And so we kind of were able to write an out into that bill. We basically said, if we're not able to do that, then we can kind of stand up our own program to spend down these funds. So that's what we've done. And in the statute, there's a working group that meets regularly to kind of discuss these issues. And so we hired a facilitator to work on that working group, and they're discussing a lot of long-term plans for how we can manage wild horse populations in the state. But then that kind of the remaining amount of the funds is going to be going to projects in collaboration with BLM for range improvements, as well as going to a lot of the local nonprofit groups that are partnering with the BLM for fertility darting. And so the extension of the program will actually allow us to have that additional build season for the BLM projects and allow us to have 2 full seasons of supporting fertility darting. So hopefully it'll again allow us to have a little bit better or increased impact.
Yeah, I remember there was some confusion on how you were going to implement it, but it sounds like you got to figure it out.
So is the purpose to collect data to see how effective the money was in controlling wild horse populations, or what was sort of the end goal of the funding?
I think the end goal is to get the wild horse populations to a sustainable level. Now, will it accomplish that? It may in certain areas. It may not in others. But again, kind of, I think the intent behind the supporters of this was to really kind of jumpstart a lot of those efforts and get us into a much better spot where some of the federal funding that comes in that is very limited, we'll be able to kind of maintain those populations going forward, just because BLM doesn't have the resources to do all of this themselves. And so by the state chipping in hopefully we can get them to a sustainable spot where the BLM then has the resources to maintain that sustainable population.
Any other questions for Jordan? Thank you, and thanks for what you guys are doing. Good job. Hollis, operations update.
All right, well, thank you so much, Colleen, and thanks, Jordan. As you can imagine, we got a lot of work ahead of us, just once those bill signs, division directors and their program managers, they get, oh, thanks. All right, they get to work, and so we have a lot of work. So the presentation I want to cover today a little bit is talking about what our wildlife and goals are, our strategic plans, and weave throughout that a lot of the key points, a lot of the key programs that Jordan mentioned, a lot of the resources, so you can see how all of these strings begin to tie together. But first, I want to give an update, and first of all, thank you, Ag Commission, for getting together so quickly the other day for an emergency rule making hearing on iPath AI and cattle. We'll be getting an update on that, so I really appreciate everyone's quick attention to getting that passed. And I was hoping that Billy was going to be here to tag team on this as well, but I want to give the Ag Commission a heads up. So those emergency rules are only good for 120 days, right? And so it expires in like late August. Most likely, we're going to need to do another supplemental emergency rule to extend that, depending on what the federal order, how long that goes, right? And then maybe, and we're going to wait and see how that changes. And Dr. Baldwin will be able to give that more clarity on what may change coming down from the federal level as we get closer to that date. But just giving a heads up, we'll be probably needing to do a supplemental to extend that emergency rulemaking for the reporting, testing, and movement of lactating cattle. But we will be working to time those meetings for one of our scheduled meetings, most likely the July meeting, as well. So we don't think we're going to need to add an additional Ag Commission meeting. But just quick heads up on that. And again, thank you everyone for going on that. Billy, you missed the big show.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
You're like my wingman. You left me hanging. Emergency rule supplemental.
Yeah, so emergency rules by law expire after 120 days, and so if this emergency continues, the agency will need to promulgate new emergency rules, which will also have to have some changes to them so that they don't get kicked back.
Awesome. Great, thanks.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and go through, maybe help us get back on schedule. So I'm going to go at a fairly quick clip here. Just really quick, high level, kind of some of the key positions right now that we have either announcing or about to announce or in the hiring process. So great news is along the Division of Animal Welfare BAP program, we have posted for and are now interviewing for a BAP investigator on the Western Slope, which is going to be really good to help our small investigative team having from do all those windshield hours. We are in the hiring process, our urban ag specialist, as well as our senior programs manager that will be under the markets division. This program, and then our connecting and talking, this is as Jordan mentioned about the healthy school meals for all, and a representative on that working with this position would be the one serving in that role as well. We have some excellent candidates for that position. And then, of course, our non-lethal conflict predator control manager position, the one that we're trying to hire up. There's 3 positions that we're getting. This is the first one that we're quickly hiring and establishing. We're going through the interview process for those 2 more positions, 2 more field staff.
Are you prioritizing someone from the region?
Yes, we are looking for people in the and then of course the Division of Animal Welfare Division Director, and I'll speak on that here more in a second. But then also, what are we focusing on that you heard from Jordan in the immediately, as well as in the upcoming fiscal year, ag emergency response under Dan Frazier. We're getting another FTE there, and so we're looking how do we expand those programs. We're going to be focusing on our ag workforce support program under Aldo Para. We're getting 2 new FTE there to really kind of create network, local, regional consortiums to talk about labor and workforce issues. We are then, of course, looking for a non-lethal predator control conflict in the hiring position that I just mentioned. standing up that program, as Kate mentioned a lot with kind of the three-tiered approach to getting dollars out the door. And then focusing on a lot of the expansion of the programs we already have, thanks to increased funding that we were able to secure, such as expanding our renewable energy program, advancing our Colorado Proud program, our marketing program, our state fair program, essentially doubling the amount of money we have for ag workforce development programs, so think internships, as well as our next gen ag leadership program. So we have a significant amount of funding for those as well. So we're really excited about all of those existing programs really getting some extra funding to do what we already are doing and doing well. So we're excited. And then the third, and then as well as we'll be working on standing up that behavioral health working group. And then obviously, as we mentioned, as Kate mentioned, Jordan mentioned, establishing the Division of Animal Welfare for various reasons, as indicated, particularly about providing the animal health, the ability to focus on animal health and really have someone dedicated, really focusing on Division of Animal Welfare and building those relationships with the law enforcement and stakeholders and ranchers and pet owners. So we'll be looking to stand that up fairly quickly, looking to post the position for a division director very soon, maybe next week at the earliest. Although we're still kind of a moving target as we kind of like to put all the logistical pieces in place. But once we have that position in place, we then are looking to fill the other positions, working on team cohesion, team building as we move the BAP program, the PACRA program, from the animal health division into its own with the new division head, making that team cohesiveness really work, understanding their roles, understanding the identities, doing stakeholder engagements. That'll be a lot of work done this summer once we get a new position in place. So with that, you give me the clicker, great. What do I do?
Right there.
Do I point to something?
Right here.
There you go, okay. Great, so I want to talk about our strategic performance and give a real quick summary, again, of where we've been this year as we get close to the end of this fiscal year, and then where are we going with our wildly important goals, as well as kind of our strategic initiatives. Again, engaging in showing those threads of all the success we had at the legislative session. So wildly important goals, Riley and Nick, and for others who are on the calls, or this might be new to you, these are 4 important goals that we focus on. That's not to say that everything else we do at the agency isn't important, but we really focus on the measurables and focusing in 4 distinct areas. Right now, it's about food access, supporting next gen, expanding water resilient agriculture, and advancing animal health and welfare. So reporting. No, there you go. Oh. Where are we at on these? So first one is advancing local food access. And our goal here, and this one was a brand new program, issuing community food. The community food access was new, playing in the space was new. We want to be able to expand the capacity with the $6 million we have in grants to expand the capacity of healthy foods going into low income, low access communities. And our goal when we set this a long time ago was $1 million. Basically to be $1 million more of healthy food being moved into these neighborhoods through these grants for refrigeration and marketing and trucks and cold storage, et cetera, and have you. And currently we're at 1.2 million, and we'll probably see that even grow more. You see a large jump there because you see that, we issued the grants there in late 2023, issued the money out. So we're now starting to see a return on that investment. We have the measures here, really developing an impact analysis that was completed last week. We're really excited. We had some fellows from the Civico Fellows Capstone Group design that for us and present on this dashboard so we can see the impact these dollars will make in these communities and the value of a refrigerated truck versus cold storage or shelving, and what really makes the most impact. We want to provide grants to 75 small food retailers, 50 small mid-sized businesses who are going to receive technical assistance, build a consortium for food access of 50 members. All of these lead measures there in the green, we're on pace to not only hit, but we will succeed. So we've exceeded in the first wave there. Second one, supporting next gen. Here, we wanted to create, reduce barriers to 1,500 of our next gen ag leaders by the end of this year. Good news here, it looks a little bit low, but it's gonna grow. It's gonna grow because our ag workforce development program, our next gen ag leadership program numbers for this year, because of the timing of the year, those have not been inputted here yet, as well as some of the work we're doing in our soil health work and supporting next gen farmers in that area as well. So we expect to see that this number will be growing here soon. Third wave, expanding water resiliency. Our goal, assisting 1,000 producers for water conservation leaders to help incorporate effective water resilient practices. Our goal was 1,000. Currently, right now, we stand at 1,180 and still counting. So we're really happy here. Some of the lead measures that we look at that we can effectuate those change. Our goal was grow the STAR program from essentially 27,000 acres to 44,000 acres. We're on pace for that. Advancing, we'll talk a lot about the Colorado Water Plan, and we wanted to help advance, at least in part, 6 of those agency actions that are focused on agriculture. Increasing our real field research from 15 to 50 fields, and then also the number of producers who are educated in soil health practices, holding 6 in-field demonstrations. And then finally, our fourth current wave that we're working on is advancing animal welfare. Really, this is an engagement, educational outreach component measure where we wanted to outreach to 3,500 stakeholders, whether that's law enforcement, animal owners, veterinarians, as well, in some form of educational opportunity. Animal Health Department, despite all the stuff they're working on with High Path II and Ag Emergency, they've done a fabulous job at really engaging producers, animal owners, veterinaries, industry on educational and outreach. And currently we've connected with at least 4,100 of those defined stakeholders. So we're really proud of this one as well. And we continue to grow with 2 more months to report. So that's where we're at now. So we're looking very good with the current wildly important goals, and these get reported to the governor's office as well. They keep an eye on this along with all the other agencies. So where are we going to go here? What about next fiscal year? And for our wildly important goals, we're changing things up a little bit. We're no longer going annual, but we're going to go for the next 3 years. So essentially the rest of the administrative term, what are kind of sort of the 4 big areas that we're going to be focusing on? Again, can't press this upon enough. This doesn't mean that we don't focus on everything else we do is important. And so that's really where the strategic plan is going to come into play. But for those 4, these are still under development, but really what we're going to be looking on is expanding market access, developing ag leaders. So similar to the next generation like we have here, but really we want to focus more on developing leaderships through internships. As I mentioned, we got additional funding for that, apprenticeships, scholarships, and direct leadership learning. Ag markets, I kind of skimmed over, but we want to really improve to at least 260 ag businesses to help them gain market access, both on an international markets as well as national. And I was thinking in that in a comment, Harrison made a couple months ago about how do we help expand beyond Colorado, help producers get beyond the Colorado border. So this goal is where we're going to focus on that, and through some of the possible tools we have in the Colorado Proud program and the international marketing program. And then also continue to advance the Colorado Water Plan. Here, what we want to focus on is 12 agency action initiatives over the next 3 years that are defined in the Colorado Water Plan in the robust agriculture section. So this current year, what we're going to be focusing on is on in-field demonstrations, a lot of water quality testing, engagement with local governance. Robert will be leading that effort, as well as soil tests, expanding soil tests. So we begin develop a database on healthy soil. And then our 4th goal going forward is really technical assistance for predator control conflict, right? This is the non-lethal predator control work that we've been talking about this summer. So really, this morning, really here, our first goal for the first year is to make ranchers aware of the program and aware of the resources that we can offer. So really the first initial step, because this is a brand new goal, we want to make sure we do this methodically, and we basically are going to spend that first year, in addition to getting dollars at the door, getting an awareness campaign going. So they are aware of the resources we have and also help build trust in CDA in this new space. So more to come on our wildly important goals. But as I've said, wildly important goals, those are just 4 things that we do in a division, soon to be 9, an agency with soon to be 9 divisions, 340 employees. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. So we do a lot of stuff. And so it was really important to begin to think about, okay, where do we go holistically? What is the direction we're going to go for the next 3 years beyond our wildly important goals, but the work our staff do, the places, the areas that we're going to play. We've talked about the strategic plan off and on over the last 4 years. It's been a year in the making. We're going to release it. And we're going to coincide it with the release of the wildly important goals here in July. But to recap, here's a quick overview of our strategic plan. We have 5 directions that we focus on. You can think of these as categories. People and community is what we want to focus on first. Market, economic productivity, environmental stewardship, climate resilience, animal welfare, and internal operational improvements, right? There's always things in-house that we want to improve. So those are our 5 directions that we want to go. And then we think, okay, what are the paths forward? What are the paths that we're going to go down in people and community? What are the paths we're going to go down in animal health and welfare? So we identified actually 26 paths that we're going to go. And so if there's something, and I would encourage anyone to come up during the break and say, what are you the most passionate about? And you'll find it in this plan. If it's not in it, then CDA, they're not doing it, but there's a lot we do. So for instance, people and community, this is where we're going to focus on our agriculture workforce support. So again, 2 new FTE that we're going to go building these regional networks. Our next gen ag leaders, I star this one because this is one of our wildly important goals. Each one of these directions, except for internal operational improvements, has one of our wildly important goals. So for this one, it's building that next gen ag leaders through those apprenticeships, through those scholarships, through those leadership trainings. State fair advancement, partners with tribal nations, the 150-250 celebration that Kate mentioned earlier, our mental health. So the behavioral health working group will live here, as well as development of our urban ag and our urban ag office that we're working in partnership with NRCS and FSA. Market economic productivity. Really, this is going to land a lot in Amanda's division, but we have marketing and promotion of Colorado ag, international and marketing expansion. That's our wildly important goal for this direction. And then advancing local food systems, food access and access to local food. Third is environmental stewardship, our renewable energy innovation. As we talked, we've got significant funding for grants for renewable energy. Regenerative agriculture, we talked a lot about this morning. Our water resilience, our adaptation, that is going to be our wildly important goal for this direction. Invasive pests, disease, noxious weeds, pesticide protection, lab surveillance, all under environmental stewardship, climate resilience, animal welfare. The path we go down here is emergency preparedness. Foreign animal disease, preparedness and response, ag wildlife programs, wildly important goal. And then animal welfare advancement division, standing up the division of animal welfare. And then internally, we want to focus on our workforce effectiveness, communication and outreach, our business operations, our financial stability of our programs, our technology modernization, which is a very important thing for us to focus on, and then also expanding and always improving on our standards for the various inspection programs we have. So these are the 26 paths defined in 5 directions. It goes even granular into objectives, and we have 40 objectives, and then within that we have actions. Strategic actions, all defined with benchmarks, and we have something like 80 strategic actions over the course of the next 3 years. Defined benchmarks with dates. The next step we're doing with the strategic plan is, in addition to creating a plan for the public view, is developing a dashboard. An internal dashboard will have an external component to it in which you can drill down into, I'll pick one at random here, with wildlife programs. And you can look at the objective, the strategic action, and even the benchmarks of our success in standing up that program and the dates. And so that'll be a dashboard, it'll be internal, so we can celebrate when we hit those dashboards, when we've made the accomplishments and achieved that strategic action, but also be able to share that not just with you, but also with the public, so the public can see how we are doing aggressively on implementing these objectives and strategic action. So this is a little bit about where we're going as we tie it into everything we saw and heard that is coming through the legislation. I'll stop there and happy to answer any questions. Or I can stay out there.
It's a lot,
Mhm.
but pretty organized. And I don't see anything missing.
Under the animal health and welfare, are we addressing the shortage for rural vets? I know it's a huge issue. I just don't see it specifically. I don't see where it would fit.
Absolutely, we had it on there. I had a nice one on there as far as the tax credit, but
Yeah, so that was one of our agenda bills this year was working on a state tax credit to incentivize veterinarians and vet techs to work in rural areas in Colorado, as well as a component of that to incentivize the transition of practices from the new practitioners in those same areas. Unfortunately, that didn't move forward as part of the overall tax credit negotiations. It is something that Representative McCormick, who's the chair of the House Ag Committee, who is a veterinarian, is very passionate about, and so I'm hopeful that we can continue those conversations going forward. But yeah, that was our big push this year on that front.
As a cattle operation, that is the thing that affects us more than anything. And now to hear it's pulled back and being is really tough.
Yeah.
So do you try it again next year? Tweak it a little bit, or I mean, is it?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be part of the conversation. So again, kind of Paul's mentioned how all of this ties into what I just talked about. The strategic plan informs what our budget requests are, what our legislative agenda is going to be going forward. And so as we're looking at kind of developing our agenda for next year, we use this and our WIGs as a guide to help us kind of look at all of that. But it is, yeah, it's a kind of larger conversation with, what funding is available, what the state budget outlook looks like, and that will be ongoing conversations internally with the governor's office, and then kind of going forward to next session, again, individual legislators and kind of their willingness to take that on again, and overall the legislature's appetite for additional tax credits. But it is an issue that's come up in almost every year, the past couple of years, and anticipatable again. Last year, there was a bill again championed by Representative McCormick to add some additional funding to the state loan repayment program. That wasn't ongoing funding though, and so this was kind of our attempts with the tax credit to put a new long-term program in place. So with that going down, we'll definitely need to be looking at what else we can do.
Riley, duly noted. And I think this is, even though we didn't talk about it here, just hearing how important it is and the fact that we weren't able to get our bill across the finish line doesn't mean we're giving up on it. So
Yeah,
I think
to me, it's honestly the number one priority should be under animal health and welfare. I mean, all those are good, but animal welfare advancement, when I have to watch cattle die, because I don't have proper care for them, that should be the number one issue. And it's not just me, it's not just my region.
Yeah, and there's a lot going on outside of our agency as well. This fall was part of some conversations with industry and CSU about how it can.
It's hard because the recruitment to people to go to veterinary college, it's expensive, and it can be off-putting from someone from a rural background to think about the debt, and the loan repayment program, it might be that we need direct payment to cover the cost of school rather than a loan repayment. It's my thinking to recruit more people. Just because when you're young, the loan repayment is a future thing, and it's not really the top of the mind is paying for it in the first place. And, you know, UC Davis tried recruiting more from the rural areas, and I think that was a good plan, but I think that we need to be more aggressive with that.
Yeah, I think this is one of those things where there's no one solution to this
Yeah.
problem, and even the bill we were running this year was gonna be one tool that we hoped would be helpful, but it's gonna be a long-term problem that we have to approach from multiple different angles.
Of everything that we've talked about, possible solutions and tools in the toolbox, I really felt like that bill, that could have had a pretty big impact, and just kind of visiting with vets that I know and saying, hey, what do you think about this? Yeah, that'll work. That'll get them. So McCormick will pick it up.
Yeah.
Let it die.
And if this isn't the appropriate time, I can shut up and talk about it later, but if it is, I've got another comment. So, you know, I'm on the state vet exam board, and I was really hoping there that we could make some ground as far as licensure, because I don't necessarily care if I'm in an emergency situation, if I have a licensed veterinarian to perform an emergency service, because I'm not licensed myself, and I'm gonna do everything I can to save the animal. So what I've proposed to several people I've spoken with is if we could get some type of an apprenticeship type position, and I'm sure you all have had the same thoughts. But if we could even do regional positions, like for mine, we have the CSU extension in Rocky Ford. If we could get some students in position in those regions where I don't mind driving 2 hours if I know I can get help. And that's just my thought. I'll be quiet.
You do.
Yeah, I mean, so there's been conversations over the past couple of years on potentially creating like a mid-level practitioner. And there's been strong opposition from veterinarians and veterinarian groups to that. And, you know, I look at the equivalents of kind of like the human health side of being more of like an advanced nurse practitioner type of, or PA type of role. That idea stalled last year in the legislative process and didn't really get moving this year. It is my understanding though that there is a group out there that's looking at trying to run a ballot initiative to make that happen. And there is a company that's working with CSU that is willing to kind of fund the startup of a school to train the mid-level practitioners if there is a certification created. It is something that's been a challenge to have those conversations, and specifically Representative McCormick is very opposed to that idea. And so again, there's just a lot of politics and conversations going on around what that would look like, what the benefits would be. Can you even do it with USDA requirements, things like that? So I don't anticipate that conversation going away anytime soon. I think there's a lot of desire to continue to look at it. And I think that's, again, it's one of these potential tools that are out there to help address the situation. And there's a lot of them. And yeah, I think we're just kind of at that stage of trying to figure out what things we can and should move forward as a state.
With that being said, could you please go back on that? Was he opposed to this, or she was in favor of this, but it just didn't pass?
She represented, of course,
She-
yeah. So she was opposed to the mid-level practitioner.
But what was she trying to go forward with as far as this is concerned, this veterinary concern?
So she was our sponsor on the tax credit bill, so we were working with her on that. And then she also had two other bills that had moved forward this year that dealt with telemedicine and some other requirements. And I haven't looked at the details of those bills for several months because they passed fairly early on in the session. But those were supported by the ag groups and provided some additional kind of clarity around when telehealth could be used, when could when a veterinarian could, or how they provide different types of advice in different scenarios. So kind of, again, further define that. And I think her goal with that was to make it clearer to practitioners what they can and can't do, to hopefully encourage more of them to provide some of that telehealth and tele-advice to folks, that if you don't have a veterinarian there, they can always tell you over the phone, hey, you should try, like, this is something you can try in the moment to help the situation. So I think that was her intent behind some of those.
Really, they're trying to address the large rural animal issue with more telehealth medicine, but that doesn't help us out here, you know, with it.
Could I chime in on this real quick? Is that all right?
Oh, yeah, there she is. Maggie, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, thanks. I wasn't sure if you guys could hear me. I just wanted to clarify one thing, and I heard the question about the mid-level practitioner, and Jordan, you touched on the telehealth bill, but the other bill that Rep. McCormick ran was the scope of practice bill, and that is to try to help fill some of those gaps where veterinarians can delegate certain tasks to veterinary technicians, to veterinary assistants, and hopefully outline what the requirements of those delegations are and what required level of training those folks need to have and what level of supervision those folks need to have. So I just wanted to, I don't know, Jordan, if you had already touched on that bill, but wanted to mention that one specifically, because that one is trying to help bridge that gap to not necessarily require a veterinarian to complete each of the tasks. One of the challenges with the Veterinary Practice Act in Colorado is that it is not very well defined on what can be delegated and what cannot. So the new bill would be able to allow DORA to adopt rules that outlines those requirements. So I just wanted to mention that briefly.
Thanks, Maggie. And again, Dr. Baldwin is definitely our subject matter expert in this area. So I've leaned on her heavily through the legislative process with those bills. So I didn't see you on, Dr. Baldwin. So again, appreciate you jumping in on that.
It's good discussion. You know, what they say, squeaky wheels get the progress going. So, you know, just keep plugging along, I believe. Hollis, was there anything else?
Nope.
Okay, great. Lots of things, keywords I saw this morning when we do the CDA priorities and things, other things we want to discuss as commission members.
I'll add something for the public.
Yes.
Some folks had a question about the asterisk on this slide of the multi-year strategic plan, and Hollis clarified that the asterisk implies that it's a wildly important goal. So just for the public to know.
Okay, great, thank you. Anything else? All right, through the public or through the chat or anything, or any hands up from our commission members? Okay. Commission members. Thoughts? And Riley, I don't know if you know, you're sitting next to a veterinarian. Yeah. So she's their biggest advocate, yeah.
We've talked about this quite a bit already. I did have one other thought. So the nursing shortage, we started to get immigrant population moving and becoming some of the shortage, and that occurred to me. And internationally, there's some very good veterinary colleges, and I don't know how attractive coming to fill some of these large animal roles, but that might be a direction that we could think about, is recruiting internationally to fill some of these role positions.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
You know, you always have to
about
look
that,
outside the box.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, absolutely. Other thoughts are on the screen. On priorities. And this kind of leads into Bethany real quick. You know, we've had 3 public forums. 3 really good public forums. And I guess I would just like, and probably Bethany and Ari would like, any kind of feedback on what kind of other things you think we could be doing at those public forums. And kudos to David. I know you hustled up a lot of those guests last night, so thank you for doing that. But any additional thoughts on what other direction we could be doing in that public forum? I thought having the questions were in advance was a really nice perk, because it gave Kate the opportunity to identify those questions before I don't like going into anything blindly, and so I know it helps with being prepared.
Just a personal note, then, yeah, I thought it was excellent. Had some good feedback already, even last night, a little bit this morning. Public, it's good to see that. And even though we can go virtual things, I think a lot of them did appreciate the person face to face. Actually, it's interesting, some of the comments too, where even though they know they can get on websites, et cetera, to look at, some of the questions were, man, we didn't know CDA did that. And, you know, things like that. And they were very appreciative of the diverse things we're going at here, just like we're looking at here at these screens. But I think a lot of people are realizing there's a lot more to it than, you know, what they're just hearing on media, you know, Wolf or what have you. And obviously the things that we talked about in the past too, with concerns on vets and things like that as well. You know, it was a very good deal. So that.
Who's the young group of kids there? Was that Ray FFA?
That was
or
Ray 4-H.
4-H, I think we determined, yes.
I thought that was great that they were there.
Yes.
Maybe we should make an extra effort to reach out to FFA teachers and 4-H groups and things like that.
I think that's a great idea. Especially since the next gen is so important in our priorities that we reach out to them whenever we try and include that. You know, write down whether it's farm visits and stuff. They could certainly learn a lot from the farms.
I know when you were talking about testing the squeak guns, I saw one student lean over the outside. So like you said, David, the diverse of what's being covered at CBA was, yeah.
I think it's great public outreach. I think putting everybody's face out there from the department is really important. And then, you know, bringing the local officials that are involved in CBA so they have a familiar face maybe, or they see how interspersed you are in their community and get those connections built better as well with the people that are out in the field all the time.
Another point to add to that, it was great to see the political side as well. You know, great to see James there. There were some other representation throughout the day yesterday. I think it's also good, which I know they do on their own as well, but it was great to be cohesive there, or to at the same agenda. So appreciate that as well.
I'd like to see a few more minutes carved out after the fact for more relationship interaction, and then just not net to dinner or whatever it is, and just have a little bit more time to visit with everybody.
Just the conversation.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Well, that leads right into your.
No, it's good, and I appreciate the feedback. That's always helpful. And the idea of these is not to be prescriptive with like, you're gonna follow this every single time. And so I've already talked with Jeff a little bit and Elena about the SLB, and we'll keep having that discussion about what that might look like. One thing that we're working on our team right now is we partnered with Colorado Farm Bureau on a rural mental health film, and it's excellent. It's called Legacy. Don't watch it unless you have Kleenex with you. I'm just going to tell you, it's crying. But it's such an important topic, and we're trying to do some. We have some funding to spend out on promoting that, and so that's one idea that we've talked about with the San Luis Valley and particularly some other areas around the state is to do a film screening and have some discussion around rural mental health and have that roll into more of a public engagement in a little bit different way. So that's one thing that we'll keep talking about and see if that makes sense for maybe our next one, as a way also to engage a lot of different partners who are involved in that same kind of work. And I think 4-H and FFA is a big flag for me too, to think through. You know, these are kids who are seeing rural mental health struggles in their communities. You know, it's their parents, their grandparents, and themselves that are dealing with that. So I definitely think that is one area that I do want us to think more about how we can engage and get you guys involved in those conversations with people who are looking to you as examples of like, how can I exist in this world later.
Along that line, there's been a lot of screenings of some of the regenerative ag films like Common Ground and Roots So Deep and stuff like that. That might be a good opener for regenerative ag outreach as well, is having some of those films. I mean, I've been there where they've had the filmmakers there and
Well,
answering
Catherine, you are
questions.
reading my mind, because the other thing that we have talked about this, is Hold Our Ground is a film series. There's 3 different films. They're just completing the 3rd one.
Yeah.
And George Whitten is in one of them, and we'd like to kind of incorporate those a little bit too, as a way to involve the soil health and regenerative community. And again, yeah, just show the diversity of ag, that it's not just focused on like one area and one thing. So
It would be cool to link in when they're screening those films, because they did a screening in Aspen where they sold out the tickets, and having CDA be there to answer some of the questions about what the state is doing in that direction would be pretty cool. I don't know how you link in and find out when they're screening. You probably have to go to the filmmaker.
Yeah, but that would be something that our team really would love to do, is incorporate some type of brief panel discussion, and then build in, I think, having that time to talk and have professionals on site to kind of give some also like space for people who are, this film, it's 45 minutes, and it does bring up a lot of emotions and a lot of things that, we don't want to just be like, and we're moving on, kind of thing. So being able to sit there and have people process, and show that CDA is we're caring and compassionate, and we're not just regulatory, and there's a lot of things that we're working on. So I think that public engagement piece that fits really well into it, because you're right, the face-to-face is a big one, and we do want to give opportunities to have our field staff get involved and to show up, and we had several last night and that we got to meet with, and I think it's really important for community members to see, they needed to see David there and remember, like, CDA is our community. Like, we've got soil health people that work in this region, we've got brand inspectors, we've got lots of others, and make that connection between local, state, and then the work on the federal and global levels. So that's a lot of what I'm thinking through. So I'd appreciate any more feedback or thoughts. It's just how to make those connections through all of that. So, we've got international markets. Well, how does that connect to a kid who lives in Wray, Colorado? What's that look like? So I'm percolating on all this stuff. So appreciate any thoughts from you guys on that. And so I'll remind you again that if you have meetings and things that are happening in your communities, like let me know. We can pop it into, I have a tracker that I'm kind of still populating, and we're using it more with staff. And so if there are things that you think would be really great for local staff to attend, let me know. I'm kind of the repository for all of the information of where people are going. And I think it would be, just as we're moving into summer and there's lots of different things happening, the ability for our local staff to be able to show up with you guys and get to meet you and talk with you a little bit more and strengthen those connections is really important. So would love to make more of that, especially with Riley and Nick coming on board as you guys are doing different things. I'd love to be able to communicate that to our staff to say, like, hey, we haven't heard about this is happening in Pueblo. Anybody who can show up. And so just a couple of things I do want to highlight along those lines is we still have meetings that Aldo Parra was, I think, mentioned earlier. He's still doing a lot of work around the state with ag workers. He's going to be in the Palisade area next week. And so, if you want to do more or learn more about some of these programs and what's happening, let me know, and I can connect you with like what people are doing so you can go to some of these meetings. The BAP conference is a great example. If you would like to learn more about what they're doing, it's May 30th and 31st. It is at CSU's first, so you do have to go to Denver, which is a little bit, but it's still a great conference. And then, the FFA state convention is happening in Pueblo at the beginning of June, which we're quickly approaching. And so I'll be there for a little bit. I know I don't know, Colleen, if you were going to go, there's some people from Foundation for Agriculture that will be there. And so another good opportunity to just connect with youth and young people. And there's just a few opportunities I wanted to highlight that are coming up if you're interested. So that's all I have right now. I'm way over.
We are. We'll get it back though. No problem. We are at the point where we probably all would like a little stretch break. Yeah. So let's take a 10-minute break. On your agenda, you can strike the 12 o'clock, the agent confirmations. That's been tabled. Is that correct, Ari?
Yes.
Yeah. So we'll gain some time back there. So let's take 10 minutes. Let's come back at 11:18.
We're officially recording again.
All right, we're reconvening, folks.
I'd love to see it happen. Yeah.
Okay, one more time, guys. We're reconvening. We're recording. I am. No, okay. All right, so we're back and Madison, briefings on upcoming rulemaking hearings, please.
Yes, okay, so good afternoon, Madison Murphy, everyone. We do have a quick update before I hand our briefings over to Mark and Brian. You will notice in your packet that you actually have drafts of the hearings that we're going to be briefing. So this is a bit of a change. So we are trying to get the red line versions in front of you before we even hold a hearing. So this gives us a chance to review the rules as they're in more of a draft situation before we're holding our public hearing. And so that whenever we come back, like we are with Dr. Baldwin on actual consideration and approval and adoption of those rules, you will have had more time to look at these and come with questions if you have any. So I will give a bit more of an overview whenever we come back after lunch during the boarding commission process update. But for right now, I would like to hand it over to Mark Gallegos to talk about the produce safety rule.
All right, thank you, Madison. Good morning, everybody. My name is Mark Gallegos. I'm with the Inspection and Consumer Services Division. I'm the director for the division, and I would like to talk to you today about a proposed rule that we have in the produce safety program. To begin with, what this pertains to is the dollar amount that will determine who has to register with the rule. And this will also keep Colorado consistent with other states and the FDA. So with that being said, the produce safety program is seeking a change to the state produce safety rule to adjust the years to be included in the 3-year sales average and an increase in the average annual monetary value of produce products a farm can sell during those previous 3 years before they are covered by the rule. The proposed change, if approved, would increase the value from $30,509 to $31,925. The change would affect the registration period from January 1, 2024 to December 31, 2025. Growers of covered produce whose sales exceed this threshold are required to register annually with the program. Let me correct myself. That's January 1, 2025 to December 31, 2025. So the proposed language would read, Part 3.5, for the 2025 registration year of January 1, 2025 to December 31, 2025, a farm that sold an average monetary value of produce during 2021, 2022, and 2023 with more than $31,925 must register with the department. This change, if approved, is the maximum allowed by the FDA under FSMA for the produce safety rule. And that's the end of my presentation. Happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
I think no questions. Thank you, Mark.
So the next action on this will be at the July commission meeting, and we'll be asking to adopt the updated rules. Thank you. Okay, now we are going to move on to Brian Copham with the Agricultural Future Loan Program.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Brian Copham, the Colorado Agricultural Future Loan Program Manager. And I will cover a few changes in the rules for you. There's a lot of redlining. So I've got a few slides to walk through those. Madison, am I okay to share a screen? Yes. Okay. Why doesn't it give me a share screen? Oh, here we go. Thank you. Got it. Okay, can everybody see that?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you. As real quick background for anybody who's not familiar with the Colorado Agricultural Future Loan Program, it was a one-time funding of 30 million from state funds. 23 million is in the revolving loan program for farmers, ranchers, and processors, focusing on beginning and underserved applicants. 4% fixed interest rate, 20-year maximum term, and $750,000 loan amount. We have 3 conditions under which language was changed, or 3 purposes. The first purpose is to have the rule agree with statute language. We did recently update statute language to accommodate some of the inconsistencies in that language. Specifically, when we consider beginning farmers, the language talked about that earns or that is, but it didn't accommodate the future condition of people who will be or will earn. So that language has been added. You'll see it highlighted here in blue, or will earn a majority. And then we also were able to include ag tech as a potential borrower for loan funds. That language has been included in the or from developing or manufacturing technology designed to benefit Colorado farmers and ranchers. The second condition is to align the rule with statute requirements. Real quick background, CDA is expressly disallowed from direct lending. We have to use a partner lender. The underwriting expertise and responsibilities are held by that partner lender, yet CDA is required by statute to review applications. The result is that we have broken the rule into 2 different sections as it relates to application procedures. The first condition is where the potential borrower applies to the CDA and we determine eligibility and priority status with that priority application. The second item is if the borrower or applicant is eligible, we will then refer them to the lender so they can do a full bank application and do their underwriting and gather all that financial information. So part 3 of your new version addresses the loan eligibility and prioritization process, which belongs to the CDA, allowing us to meet the statute of reviewing applications. And then part 4 is the financial entity application requirements, which belongs to the bank and makes sure that they get the information that they need. And the third purpose is to clean up some of the language. Paragraph 1.4 was no longer applicable as it's been repealed. We added clarity by adding the word underwritten in paragraph 5.2, which is part of originating loans, but that's not widely understood. So we added that to make sure that borrowers or applicants who are reading the statute understand it. There were some pronouns that were replaced and filled in with proper nouns. An example is unless the commissioner determines in their sole discretion. That language has been changed to say the commissioner's sole discretion. And then we updated the factual and policy issues language at the end of the document. Are there any questions I can answer for you?
I think we're good. Thank you, Brian.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so on this one, again, no action required today. We will be having hearings for both of these rules that you've been presented with the 2nd and 3rd weeks of June. And we'll be bringing these back for adoption at the July commission meeting.
All right. Looks like Madison, you're still on.
I'm still on.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Baldwin, are you still with us?
I am
Yes.
here. Yes. And I will also share my screen while you
So she'll be-
open it up.
Yeah, okay, so she'll be presenting rulemaking actions for consideration. So our suggested motion here would be to adopt the amended rules as presented. And these are the rules and regulations pertaining to livestock disease control, not the emergency one that we recently approved, but the, no, sorry.
Just a point of order.
Yes.
The commission itself doesn't adopt them. They
Oh, okay.
recommend to the commission that she adopt them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we'd be looking to, for the commission to recommend to the commissioner to adopt the rules pertaining to livestock disease control. Okay, so I'll hand over to Dr. Baldwin now. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Madison. And good morning again, everybody. This portion should hopefully be fairly brief. And then I'll give an update on High Path AI next. So this is an update to 120119, our livestock disease control rule. There's really three primary updates in this. If you all that were on the commission previously recall, we did a very large, extensive rule update to this rule last year. And during our additional work that we've been doing over the last year on updating our import requirements, we realized there was a couple of pieces we needed to modify in this rule. And one piece that we inadvertently took out that we needed to put back in. So in part 2, we have included the extended equine certificate of veterinary inspection. This is a program that is used across the United States. We are the only state in the Western United States that has not allowed for use of the extended equine certificate of veterinary inspection, EECVI. Essentially, this is a 6-month certificate of veterinary inspection that a veterinarian inspects the animals, issues the extended CVI, and then each time that horse is moved within that 6-month period, the owner has to fill out a trip permit. It actually does lead to better traceability. This was really intended for show horses, those horses that move to shows frequently through the summer period to on weekends, and some of those are across state lines, some of those are within the state. But the intent would be each time those are filled out, that the owner fills that trip permit out, so we actually increase our traceability. So that's the first modification, is to allow for that here in Colorado. That would be for horses moving to and from Colorado. In part 10, this was the portion that was inadvertently removed during our previous livestock disease control rulemaking. When we took out our import requirements, this public livestock market trick requirement section was actually nestled underneath the import requirement and was inadvertently removed. So we put that back in. Mostly the language is the same as it was previously. There's a couple of things that we clarified. One is to allow for back tags to be used on bulls in public livestock markets to identify them as not tested. So the requirement is, if they are sold, they're required to be tested, or they're required to be identified as not tested. So this would allow for those back tags to be used as an option. And then also we would change the other change was the requirement for any female cattle from affected premises to be officially identified prior to being moved. And then the last portion, and this is in blue line in the rule, this was a suggestion after from some subject matter experts after the rule was put out for stakeholder feedback for our Brucella ovis, for rams that are required to be tested for Brucella ovis, to allow for back tags to be used at public livestock markets to identify those as not tested. It is a little bit challenging to, right now the requirement is to either tag them or paint them with a Q. And so these back tags would actually be a little bit easier for the markets to use. So with that, those were the updates that I have, and I will pause there.
Any questions for Dr. Ball? Maggie, is that the conclusion of your rules?
That is the conclusion, yes, thank you. Mm-hmm.
I do need to ask for a motion for recommendation to adopt these rules.
Madam Chair, I recommend to the Ag Commissioner to adopt these rules and regulations pertaining to livestock disease control, HCCR 1201-19.
Thank you, David. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Nick. It's been moved and seconded. Or is there any discussion? I can't see the screen, Ari, so I don't know if there is from you. That's okay. I'll just let you check. We're good? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Baldwin.
Thank you.
And it looks like you are next on the HPAI update for us.
Yes, ma'am. I decided to put everything in one slideshow to make it a little bit easier. So yeah, we'll go through HiPath AI updates. I know you guys are behind on the agenda, so I'll try to go through these fairly quickly. Some of you may have attended our town halls over the last couple of weeks, and some of this information is a little bit the same, but I've tried to just include relevant updates for you. So just as a reminder, this is the same virus that we're seeing, that we've seen for the last couple of years. Impacting dairy cattle. First detection was at the end of March in Texas and Kansas. The unique thing about this particular outbreak is that in dairy cattle, it seems to have very high loads of virus in the milk. What we do know is that pasteurization is effective. FDA has done a number of studies on this and have shown that pasteurization does kill this particular virus. You might also hear this called bovine influenza A virus. As you all know, we did recently pass an emergency rule, and that was prompted partially by USDA's federal order that put in place some requirements, including reporting requirements and interstate movement testing requirements. So here in Colorado, we currently have 2 affected premises, CO001 and CO002. As I mentioned, we did do some town halls recently. One of our town halls, the public town hall, is published on our website and able for anybody to view. I think it's on CDA's YouTube channel as well. So if you have folks asking questions that want just more information on what this is, I give a pretty good overview of the virus, what we know, what we don't know during that. So as of today, we have 9 states affected and 46 dairy premises across those states. What we see in dairy cattle, the symptoms are pretty consistent. So decreased rumination for those cattle that have monitors on, followed by a decreased feed consumption, and then a significant drop in milk production. The milk that those dairy cattle are producing is a thicker, concentrated colostrum-like consistency. They also have some other clinical signs, including abnormal feces, so dry, tacky stools, and a low-grade fever. The cattle do appear to recover with supportive care. So those cattle are pulled off of the milking line, they're put in hospital pens, they're provided supportive therapy and treatment by the herd manager and veterinarians. But some of the cattle don't seem to come back into full milk production. And we're seeing a little bit better clinical picture now that we have more cattle, more herds affected. We're seeing a little bit better clinical picture of what that might look like across the board. So the transmission, this is what we're trying to understand. So we're trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together to hopefully understand what the transmission looks like, which would allow us to put mechanisms in place to prevent further spread of the disease. So a couple of really key pieces for us understanding what the transmission looks like is 1, whole genomic sequencing, and 2, epidemiology information. So whole genomic sequencing is USDA right now, for any positive that they're getting in any species for HiPath avian influenza, they're doing genomic sequencing on that virus to see. The sequence really tells those folks a picture of where that came from and what other detections it's associated with. So what we do know based on the genomic sequencing is that this initial introduction was one single spillover event into cattle, and they estimate that time frame to be about December 2023. And they think that it happened initially in Texas. They're sequencing that same virus around that time frame in that spillover sometime around December. So there was a few months we didn't know about this going on. And what the additional transmission has looked like. So again, it was a single spillover event by wild birds. Any further transmission of this particular virus has been within a herd. It's been cow to cow. And there's a couple of theories. We don't exactly know the mechanism of transmission. A couple of theories is that it's either shed and spread through the milk. So intramammary via the milking equipment, because the milk has such high viral loads, or perhaps there's a respiratory component, because like most influenza viruses, there's some type of respiratory component, and we think that there may be a short respiratory component, but not certain on that. From farm to farm, so from an affected farm to an unaffected farm, those have been, the transmission has been by movement, direct movement of affected cattle. So cattle that are carrying the virus are transmitting that to new herds. We are also seeing spillover from the virus at dairy farms into nearby poultry farms. And that mechanism yet is not entirely clear, but some of it is associated with movement of people or workers that are working on a dairy and a poultry farm in shared housing. So that's a concern, because again, in poultry, this is causing almost 100% mortality in those flocks. We're also seeing spill back from the dairy farms into wildlife in the area. So we're finding this virus in wild birds, in wildlife, and they're picking it up from the dairy cattle. So not additional spillover from wildlife into dairy, but spill back from dairy cattle to wildlife. So our goal, again, is figuring out how it's being transmitted so we can put mechanisms in place to prevent further spread. So again, we don't know incubation period. So from the time cattle are exposed to the time they develop clinical symptoms, we don't know the exact mechanism of transmission or how long the affected dairy cattle shed the virus. And we still yet don't know if there is any risk for non-lactating dairy cattle or other livestock species at this point in time. So a very new thing that was published on Friday, and they published additional guidance yesterday, was some support that USDA is providing for producers. So over the last couple of years with high-path avian influenza, on the poultry side, USDA has a really robust compensation program in place with mechanisms to compensate affected producers. They haven't had that in place for dairy producers up until now. So they put out some guidance regarding this on Friday. Again, the fact sheet came out yesterday with a little bit more clarity on that. And these are the things right now that they have, at least they have a plan in place. There's caps on some of these dollar amounts, but they're looking to provide funding for farmers that are providing PPE for their workers and or laundering services. And that's a biosecurity measure. So not only to protect herd health, but human health. And then also for biosecurity planning and implementation of biosecurity plans for heat treatment of waste milk. So the waste milk that comes from the cattle that are in the hospital pens has really high volumes of this virus in it. And so if they're pumping that into lagoons or otherwise, trying to do that in a biosecure fashion. Not all producers have heat treatment available on farm, so they're trying to put mechanisms in place for that. Covering veterinary expenses, and then shipping costs for samples going to the Nuln laboratory. One other piece that they're still working on is support for production losses. We're hearing from our producers, one of our Colorado affected producers said they've had upwards of 25% production loss, which is an incredible loss for our dairy producers that work on pretty thin margins the way it is. So FSA is looking at opening up funding through their emergency livestock assistance program to offer compensation for those production losses. I don't yet have details on that. So again, our Colorado response here in our state is reportable. We ask everybody to report. It's reportable by anybody with knowledge or suspicion, particularly veterinarians and owners. We assign a case manager that works directly with that veterinarian, directly with the owner. They get epidemiology information, movement information. We do put a quarantine in place for 30 days after the date of confirmation for lactating dairy cattle. And we were one of there was only a couple of states that have put quarantines in place. Idaho was the first, I think we were the second. And really that's to, again, prevent further transmission and spread of this virus. We are coordinating very closely with CDPHE on public health monitoring, again, because it's a potential zoonotic disease. And really important, we will have to adjust our response as we learn more about this. The risk and the transmission, we are getting a better picture as more farms are affected, as we're doing additional testing, but we'll have to adjust our response plan as we learn more. And then key points, again, pasteurization is effective. They have not yet found this in the commercial meat supply. Biosecurity measures are really important to reduce the spread of disease within a herd and from herd to herd. Producers, talk with your veterinarians. Veterinarians contact our office, and again, a rapidly evolving situation. So I am happy to take questions.
Can I just clarify a couple of points, Maggie? Catherine Bedell.
Yes.
So you don't know whether the cows completely clear the virus when they no longer show symptoms? Are they still having virus in their milk at lower levels?
Yeah, so really good question. No, it does appear after a certain period of time. So now that we've had a number of herds that have been affected, many of the herds are enrolling in voluntary serial testing, which has been really, really helpful for us to understand what that picture of transmission looks like and what that cycle of disease is on the farm. It does appear that the cattle not only clear the virus, but they also seroconvert. So we are getting antibody response. We're finding antibodies in the milk. I haven't seen antibodies yet on serology, but there's a lot of follow-up testing that's going on right now. And it does appear that they are clearing it. The difference is what is the transmission and continued transmission in a more closed herd versus some of our vertically integrated herds that move cattle pretty frequently. So that might change. We don't quite know that, but we are learning a little bit more with that follow-up serial testing.
And so lactating dairy cows are in different areas of gestation or different lengths of gestation. Has there been any abortion loss or any fetal testing?
So they are working on that as well. Unknown at this point, but that is a question that has come up a number of times, and they're looking at production records, they're looking at birth rates, they're looking at abortions, other clinical signs that might be coming up. So we don't know if there's a direct tie, but they're definitely looking into that.
And has there been any mortality?
Not any direct mortality that I have heard of, that they have, actually died from this virus, perhaps from follow-up, secondary infections. They've had some mortality. There have been some that they've, either because they haven't come back into production or other reasons, sent to slaughter. But from what I've heard, there's been no mortality associated with the virus itself.
Thank you.
Yep.
George?
Yes, Maggie, I was wondering, has there been any transmission into dogs? I haven't heard about anything with dogs, and they're a part of the whole livestock thing. So I'm wondering, is there any transmission there?
Good question. I do not believe that I've seen any detections in dogs. We have seen a number of detections in cats on dairy farms. And the cats are becoming significantly ill, and they're dying pretty quickly after they become ill. They're actually becoming neurologic very quickly. And what we've seen published is that the cats are consuming raw milk in the parlors, most likely, or waste milk, and consuming really high amounts of virus in the cats. And so they are becoming pretty acutely affected and dying. So there's additional testing going on in the cats. There's also a whole bunch of testing going on in other mammals, wild mammals, other wild birds in and around those farms. Dogs, I haven't seen anything with at this point in time. Any other questions I can answer?
I guess while you're on that subject, Dr. Baldwin, this is David Block. Can you list the species that are the other mammals that you are testing or veterinarians are testing?
So there's a lot. I don't know that I could list all of the species, David, but USDA is publishing that information on their website. Some of that is additional, some of it is voluntary testing that the producers are doing. So some across the US, we've offered additional follow-up testing. USDA has offered additional follow-up testing on affected premises, again, to help us better understand the virus. Some of that is being done through USDA veterinary services, so the serial testing on animals. Some of it is being done through USDA wildlife services, and that's the surveillance on the farm and in the surrounding 10-kilometer area or so. But there's a lot of different species they're looking at. I'm hoping we'll see a robust report on that. I just don't know how much they've gotten completed yet to have a really good picture of that.
When you do get those test results back, will you let the public know, or is that just something that we need to ask later on?
It is all published on USDA's website. So and we can drop that. I can send it to Ari to send to the commission members. USDA they've got 4 pages on their website. One is detections in poultry, another is detections in wild birds, another is detections in wild mammals, and then detections in livestock. So on one of those pages, depending on which species that falls under, they're posting all of those positive detections.
Thank you.
Have there been any detections in humans?
So yes, there's been one detection in a dairy worker in Texas, and that worker was on what they think was a suspect dairy farm. They never did testing at the dairy farm itself, so the animals weren't tested, but the one dairy worker had symptoms of conjunctivitis. So inflammation, infection around the eye tissue, and that was confirmed by CDC. So that's why we work really closely with our public health partners. One of the challenges with influenza viruses in general is the more opportunity we allow them to transmit and replicate, the more opportunity they have to change. And so some of the things that we're looking at when we do whole genomic sequencing is mammalian adaptations. So as that virus replicates, are we seeing changes in the virus that might make it more likely to transmit to people or other species? So far, they haven't seen any mammalian adaptations of concern. So we don't think there's any increased risk for the general public. But for people that are exposed on known positive premises, so known dairy farms, that's why they do follow-up monitoring with all of the people exposed. So CDPHE has a plan in place, and they're working and coordinating with both of the farms currently in Colorado that have affected herds, and they're doing monitoring on all of the people, so monitoring for any potential clinical sign. If clinical signs are noticed, found, and they have known exposure, then those people will qualify for testing. We have not had any in Colorado yet with any clinical signs.
Yeah, Doctor, I was just curious, have there been any public warnings issued about people not consuming unpasteurized milk?
So yeah, that comes from FDA, and FDA in general from the start of the outbreak. FDA has had a long-standing stance that raw milk contains, harmful pathogens or may contain harmful pathogens, and this does increase that warning for sure. So FDA does have some statements out there on risk of raw milk.
Any questions? Any more questions? Ari, any virtual questions?
From a public member, Maggie can chime in with that, or we can address it at a later point.
Oh, I do see a question. Would you like me to answer that? I think I heard somebody say something about the question in Q&A.
Yeah, Maggie, if you're okay answering it, that would be great.
Yeah, so the question was, we initially had delay on confirmation from USDA. The good news is they have somehow fixed what they're doing in the lab, and we are not experiencing delay. So USDA told us just earlier this week that now, as soon as those samples arrive to the lab for a newly affected positive premises, one that tested presumptive positive at the Nuln lab, that they're processing those same day. So we should have a fairly quick turnaround time now for confirmatory testing, which is good news. They'll still be doing genomic sequencing on those, and that takes a little bit longer, but we are getting those PCR results.
Okay, well, no further questions at this time. Maggie, thank you so much to you and your team, especially in this situation. We know it's gonna be ongoing, so thank you for your hard work.
You bet. Thanks so much, everyone. Take care.
So we're at lunch now. Is Dan Friesen okay with being postponed?
We are in chat with him, so
He
he's
knows.
apprised of.
Okay.
Yes.
So we're at lunch right now. It looks like we have 45 minutes built in for lunch, which would put us at what? It's about 55. 12:45. Okay, so let's reconvene at 12:45. And we will break for lunch. All right, we are reconvening back to our agenda. And the next on our agenda is Dan Friesen to give us an update on the Highway 50 closure.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Yeah, so this will be just a quick update on the Highway 50 Middle Bridge closure over the Blue Mesa Reservoir in Gunnison County. As most of you know, it closed Friday, April 19th. CDOT found some large cracks in the steel infrastructure of the bridge during their annual inspection of that bridge. CDOT continues to inspect that bridge, and they're formulating plans for the repair of the bridge. CDA has been involved in the response to the bridge closure since Sunday, April 21st. That's when I first received a text message from the CSU Extension Director advising of the closure. I deployed up to the Gunnison County Emergency Operations Center on April 28th, and I spent a week up there helping to coordinate with and assist the local agriculture experts. For agriculture in the emergency operations centers, mostly across the state, that's called Emergency Support Function 11. It's staffed by our CSU Extension Directors. And so I went up there and worked directly with the CSU Extension Directors from Gunnison and Montrose counties. We also have in our ESF 11 team, the ag team up there, the Western Slope ag economist from CSU Extension and local emergency managers from Delta, Montrose, San Miguel, and Hinsdale counties. So we're getting all very good input on all the ag needs from those areas. We also have some folks that are impacted in Mesa County. When I got up there that week, we immediately built an impacts list with approximately 70 producers that were impacted or thought they could be impacted based on where their permits were, commodities that needed to be moved, livestock, supply of fuel, fertilizer, feed, those kind of things. Yeah, there's about, of those 70 producers, that's across 6 counties in that region. So just to give you kind of an idea. And really our priorities were to understand what livestock and product movement needed to happen and the supply chains for fuel, fertilizer, and feed. Initially, we did have 6 producers that were impacted. They had to take the commercial detour routes because at the time, the local alternative route, which is County Road 26, was not open to semis. So they had to take cattle pods and supply trucks and move equipment on the it's 350 to 400 miles on the detours, either to the north or the south, and that adds several hours. So they're out some costs, some unplanned costs for those transportation issues. But since then, County Road 26 is open, and that's the local alternate route, and commercial vehicles, including cattle pods and fertilizer trucks and those kind of things, can travel there. We did work with the Colorado Department of Revenue to have them provide local producers in that area with a letter explaining their program on fuel tax. We didn't want there ever to be a red dye diesel or ag fuel issue in the region. We knew that most of it came from the west. There was one particular supplier of ag fuel for the area that came out of Montrose. and the bridge was their regular route. They were actually really committed to their customers in the Montrose area, and they continued to go the long way and keep the supplies good. But we did get a letter from Department of Revenue saying if folks needed to use regular diesel, that they could be a part of the program, the Ag Producer Program, and get refunded the tax that they paid on that. And then we did create a supply list of other suppliers of ag diesel that could come from either the South, San Luis Valley area, or the East. We just continue working ag transportation needs. We addressed them the week I was up there, and they continue to. Now we have that county road, Gunnison County Road 26 open for semi traffic and cattle pod traffic. Right now there are 4 times with a pilot car, and they're considering opening it up even more. Tomorrow they might open up several other times where folks can move along that roadway with a pilot car. They said County Road 26 is holding up to the commercial traffic, which is great. All the enhancements that they did when they needed to make it this alternate route for commercial traffic seem to be working. We supported a local ag producer meeting on the evening of May 2nd at the Gunnison County Fairgrounds. That was a hybrid meeting for farmers, ranchers, and producers in Gunnison and Montrose counties. For that meeting, we built that big supply list for fuel, feed, and fertilizer. We're mainly looking at suppliers that could come from the East or from the San Luis Valley. We as an ag team have meetings every week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. That team I mentioned with the emergency managers, the CSU extension folks, and myself. We're also on the Ag Recovery Working Group, which is a part of the State Recovery Task Force, and that meets twice a week. And so they're looking at the long-term impacts to ag producers and ag businesses. We have engaged most of the ag associations, large ag associations that cover the whole state, and some of the local ones as well in Gunnison and Montrose counties. And we're working on contingency planning. Unfortunately, we have to kind of consider the worst. And if another bridge goes out, or if County Road 26 doesn't stay open, we want to have plans for local ag producers if for some reason those roadways had to close. So we're working on some contingency planning. The Lake Fork Bridge, which is often referred to as the second bridge over Blue Mesa, is the same construction and materials. And we got an update from CDOT that they will have to inspect that bridge. It's a part of the annual inspection cycle. We just don't know when they're going to inspect that bridge, and it's unknown if it has cracks and issues as well. CDOT deals primarily with the bridges, and then Gunnison County Public Works determines what roads are open and the type of traffic that can travel over them. They are working currently to open County Road 25, another kind of mountain county road that needs some enhancements, and Kebler Pass for additional routes if the bridge remains closed for extended amount of time. It's not clear today if semis or cattle pods could safely navigate those routes, the County Road 25 or the Kebler Pass route. We're told there's pretty significant switchbacks on dirt roads. We are working with the State Emergency Operations Center to set up emergency offloading sites along the long detour routes. So those are the extra 350 miles they have to go between Gunnison and Montrose. If they go to the north, it's I-70. If they go down towards Durango to the south, it's Highway 160. So we're going to continue to work with all our partners to set up some places where they can offload high-risk cattle, sheep, anywhere there might be a transportation issue that could impact the health and welfare of animals. We're going to set up those points. CSU Extension is working with a nonprofit organization currently to establish a mechanism to take donations and grant money to help producers directly. Obviously, we've got some unplanned transportation costs already with 6 producers. If there were any type of other closure or transportation incident, we'd probably have more impacted. And then CDOT is planning their 3rd town hall meeting. They've been having these town hall meetings to kind of explain their progress on the inspection and kind of what they're looking for to do as far as repairs and the length of time these repairs might possibly take. So they're planning for their 3rd town hall meeting on the bridge closure, where they will provide some more updates for next Tuesday. And it sounds like at this point, it's a virtual meeting. And that concludes my update. I'm happy to answer any questions or go do research for anything that's needed.
Anybody virtually? All right, Dan, thank you so much. Thanks for the update. Thanks for the work. Everything. Oops, I think Harrison does have a question. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I was double muted. Dan, thanks again for calling me last week. Have any of the trucking firms or independent truckers or retailers that run their own trucks, have any of them engaged with the stakeholder meetings, or are they just counting on working through their producers?
We've heard from several of them that work directly for ag. So, I mean, we get their input and they tell us what they think the approximate cost might be for the long detour routes. At one point, we were doing some kind of napkin math, you know, that a full cattle pod for those particular transporters could be up to $4,000 extra, you know, one way.
Yeah. And then anyone in produce, like any Kroger's or Walmart's or anyone?
The large commercial folks are staying away from that. Even FedEx agreed not to use the local alternative route. They were using the detours, and I hadn't heard from like the Swifts and the larger.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. Anyone else? All right, Dan, thank you for the updates and the continued work on this. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Dan.
All right, moving on. Board and commission process update, Hollis and Madison.
Yep, I'm going to throw it over to Madison, but just for context, with Madison as the new CAO, one thing that has been on our wish list for a while is having really good board and commission management. I'm not talking about this commission, but all of our various boards and commissions, some of them that you appoint, some of them that Kate appoints, lots of positions, lots of turnover. So we're looking really holistically at how do we do better management as far as standardizing the recruitment process, the selection process, the appointment process, the onboarding process, and all of that. And all of you, as some of you know, have a role to play in boards and commissions. So I'm going to hand it over to Madison to kind of give a high level overview and show how you all fit in.
Great.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I've got 2 slides to show us today. But first, this is a little dashboard that we're coming up with. This is not meant to be anything that is external. This will be an internal dashboard. And this is just a little snapshot of it. I'm not sure if we can open up the link. There is a link in there though. But here's what we've kind of learned throughout our process of gathering all of this information. We have 24 different boards, commissions, advisory groups, working groups, task forces that CDA supports in one way or another. And 2 of these groups are directly appointed by you all, by the Ag Commission. So our pesticide advisory committee and then we have 5 different boards that are appointed by the commissioner, but with the input from the Ag Commission. And so those are Soil Health Advisory Committee, PACFA, Noxious Weeds, Aquaculture, Agriculture Water Quality Program, and I think that's all 5. That's all 5. And then we have 6 that are governor appointed. So what are the remaining? Those are our market orders. And so those are the ones that are internally taken care of for the staffing. So the Ag Commission does not have as much, input in those, but the commissioner does go ahead and you sign off on those. And then they're appointed. And so what we've created is just a little snapshot of, who are our folks that are on our different boards, commissions, committees, task forces, advisory groups. But what's really important to us is when are their positions expiring and are they up for reappointment? And so one of the things that we were able to identify through this process is that in the next 6 months, you can kind of see it on the right over there, it's a little bit blurry. We have 40 different seats that are expiring in the next 6 months, right? And so these aren't necessarily 40 people that need to be appointed by this group, right? Which is good. This is across the board. But these are numbers for us to be aware of. So now we're able to, better track these a little bit. And so if we can go to the second slide real quick. So whenever we talk about the board and commission management, a lot of this goes back to CDA staff, right? Because we have staff that are supporting, like Ari, like myself, the different boards and commissions throughout the organization. And through our little dashboard that we've created, we'll be able to do some on-demand updating, because one of the issues with the dashboard is, great, you have a dashboard, but now all the data is, it's out of sync, your numbers aren't right, they're not matching mine. We're actually able to automatically send out emails through the system and be like, hey, did you know that you have appointments coming up? Did you know that your data is out of date? Let's get this updated. So we're hoping to give ourselves one little area where we can really focus here. And so earlier I mentioned that there are 2 that the Ag Commission directly appoints, and it is the Hemp Advisory Committee and the Pesticide Advisory Committee. And so we want to make sure that we are engaging you in a way that you all want to be engaged in this process. And so today I'm coming to you with an ask on this one. We do have 6 positions expiring on the Hemp Advisory Committee coming up. And you can see the 6 different positions kind of listed in the sub-bullets. And then for our Pesticide Advisory Committee, we have 3 positions that are expiring, and we already have nominees for those. And so 2 of them just have 1 nominee, and then for Organic Rep, we have 2 nominees. And for our Hemp Advisory, we're going to start reviewing the 6 different positions in June. And for the Pesticide Advisory Committee, we're going to start reviewing those this month, since we already have nominees. And so one of our asks of you all is, given that we can estimate a time commitment of about 2.5 to 5 hours to participate in these appointment reviews, I'd like to put it out there, if there's anyone interested, since these are the 2 that the Ag Commission appoints, and you would like to participate with our program staff in reviewing and selecting who was appointed to these advisory committees, I would love to get your names. Now, you don't have to tell me today, because you're like, oh no, Madison, I don't know, I've got a lot going on. That's perfectly fine. In our follow-up email that Ari puts out after the meeting, I'm doing a reminder to ask, if you're interested in participating, please submit your information. And once we have your names, I can connect you in with our CDA program staff, and they will kick off the review process with you. So these are the 2 that the Ag Commission directly appoints. But earlier I mentioned that there are 5 that the commissioner appoints with the input from the Ag Commission. And so this is how we would like to bring this information to you all going forward of, hey, we have some appointments that are expiring. We would like you to be involved if you have the time and capacity. And if you're interested, here's the different areas. So this time, hemp and pesticides. But going forward, I think, what did I say? Right, soil health, noxious weeds, aquaculture, agriculture, water board, and PACFA. So if there is any interest in any of those, we'll be bringing those up as appointments become available. And so then the time frame for these is we're trying, so at the big meetings where we're in person that are every other month, we want to get you, so for example, this is the May meeting. At the July meeting, this is whenever the commission would, I don't want to box language here really, but vote to appoint. Is that appropriate to say?
Statutory language, yeah.
Depending on the statutory language, thank you. The recommendations that both CDA and the commission and the commissioner have come up with. And so we're gonna try and give folks like a 2-month lead time into this process. But even though it's only a 2-month lead time of your involvement, what we are able to do now is say, but also in the next 4 months, we're going to present these as a preview at the next meeting. So this will be an ongoing cycle throughout the year where we're going to be able to provide information on what are the seats that are opening, how can you be involved if you want to be involved, and the biggest thing that we're trying to do is give you an estimation of time commitment. because we know that everyone's availability for this is going to be different. So I'm gonna pause there real quick because I've talked very fast at you. But I want to see if you have any questions or any feedback on how we're trying to approach this process.
Go ahead. I think it's a great process. How have you changed it then? I mean, if that makes sense.
We're formalizing what we've been doing. I think one thing to point out is the two that you are responsible for appointing, we're asking for someone to be on the review panel, right? Because we think that's a role an ag commissioner needs to play. The 5 that are that Kate appoints, the commissioner appoints, we're asking for volunteers. So we know your timer is busy too, so we'd love to have you on those. We'll put those out, but those aren't necessarily required because we'll do a review panel with staff. Love to have you. If you know, PACA is your jam and you really want to be involved in that, that's great. But these two, and this ironically, they're up right now. These two are the commissioner's responsibility. So there's a distinction there.
Thank you. And so to specify what our ask is here, for the hemp advisory committee, we're looking for 2 individuals to participate. And for the pesticide advisory committee, we're looking for a minimum of 1. We would like more.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw
because
it out
of
there. We're gonna have an open meetings law
sunshine law.
violation.
Yeah.
Otherwise.
Yeah.
So if you want to notice these and have the discussion completely open to the public, then you'll have 2. If you don't want to have the meeting open to the public and you want to have a commission member who's there with the program staff, then you'll have 1.
Yeah,
we make sure we avoid open meetings. We've had that in the past. We may split them and say 2 positions.
Got it.
You'll cover, one more person might cover the first 3 and the other person will cover the next.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, because of that issue.
I think it's a great idea.
Okay, so what we will do is we will put this information in the follow-up email with the ask of you all for your participation in the Hemp Advisory Committee and the Pesticide Advisory Committee, unless you come up to me today because you're super jazzed about pesticides and you just really want to dig in. I would love to put your name down today. So feel free to let me know anytime. But that'll be in the follow-up email with this information. And or if we can go back 1 slide. I just want to let everyone know, like, this dashboard, which we really can't see because it's a little bit blurry there, has names, term information when you're expiring, but we also have other more personal information that we will not be putting up on this dashboard. Like, what's your address, right? This is not stuff that we're going to be sharing broadly, but this is stuff from a communications perspective that we do want to collect from like a customer and like client and partnership management perspective, so that we can make sure that all of our commission members are getting our emails, right, and are involved in important updates. And so this is really a chance for us to, we've got our really strong comms team, right? How can we make sure that we're feeding in as much updated information and not like letting things drop as possible? Yeah. Okay.
Thanks, Madison.
Thank you all. And if you have any questions about this process or reflections whenever you get home, please let me know.
Thank you. Thanks. I like the fact that giving everybody a little bit of time to kind of look at their schedules and everything, and then can reply back. So that's great. Okay. Discussion of meeting process. All right.
Okay, so as you may have noticed, we've changed and tweaked some of the formats of our Ag Commission meetings. And the main function of the Ag Commission meetings is for you all to attend to the duties and functions of the Ag Commission. So it's review and approve rules and regulations, make recommendations to the commissioner. We get down to business in the Ag Commission meetings. It's a more structured format. And as you may have seen, we've also had a much larger audience. The CDA public forums, on the other hand, those are meant to be more of a discussion and Q&A with our stakeholders, like we did last night. So this is a less structured format and a smaller audience. So larger audience, smaller audience, there's different ways that we can engage with the public while still attending to the business needs and hearing our community stakeholders. Currently, As you may have noticed, we have an Ag Commission newsletter. We have put it out 3 times now. Prior to the newsletter, we were getting 0 to 10 participants at each meeting. After the newsletter, we are hitting 10 to 100 participants. So for instance, at the emergency April 30th meeting, we had 99 public participants. And within 30 minutes, I had about 40 registrations. So just to give you all a sense of how much people are tuning in to our Ag Commission meetings. So much larger audience. So with that, we need to be able to structure the meetings. So we switched to a Zoom webinar format. And this is to allow for the video and audio focus to be on you all. And for the presenters. So if we have staff in person or we have staff virtually. And it's also to prevent the unfortunate Zoom bombing. So there are folks that make it a habit to go like try to find public or open meetings and Zoom bomb. So we are trying to prevent that. We have never had it in this agency that I know of, but other agencies have experienced it. So just a heads up. We also for chat disabled it for participants. We have enabled it for hosts and panelists so that they can communicate with us. But the chat is disabled so that we encourage people to use the public comment. We have public comment scheduled at every single meeting. However, folks haven't been utilizing it, but if they do want to provide a public comment, as opposed to using the chat venue, we welcome them to raise their hand during the scheduled public comment time and provide their public comment. So as we're getting more stakeholder engagement, we hope that this will be a more popular tool that folks are using as opposed to the chat. That way we're able to attend to our business and continue on our agenda. We also have Q&A. We have it enabled. However, we really do encourage folks to use the public forum that are happening the day before for back and forth engagement. It's a more appropriate venue for discussion and for CDA staff or for the Ag Commission members to answer. Because sometimes our Ag Commission meetings are very tight, and as shown today, we can get a little bit behind schedule. So the public comment really is the dedicated time for our stakeholders to provide public comment during the Ag Commission meetings. And we do have a more structured queue because we are having more people attend. And to throw a loop into our game, we had emergency meetings. So from when I was talking with CDA staff, it didn't seem like emergency meetings are very common. However, emergency meetings do differ from regular meetings. So they're going to be much shorter, like we had in the April 30th meeting, and they're also going to have a much narrower business focus. So the business of April 30th emergency meeting was for the emergency rulemaking regarding the livestock disease control. So we weren't able to accommodate like all of the venues, all of the tools within the emergency meeting. We still allowed for public comment, but it wasn't a Q&A for HPAI. Therefore, Maggie, along with CDPHE, did have a public town hall to be able to answer those Q&As. So it's not like we're trying to ignore the public, but we're trying to create more structured avenues where the experts are in the room, and it is intended to have that back and forth engagement. Some caveats into the tweaks that we're making to the Ag Commission meeting. It is iterative, so there might be some minor changes as folks give us feedback, as you all share feedback, as you all give us feedback. It can change. This is your Ag Commission meeting, but just to contextualize why we've made some of the changes. Does anybody have any questions?
I just have one comment.
Yeah.
So it would be real helpful if we could get the commissioner packet a little bit more in advance.
Yeah.
Because, if we got it, I forgot what night it was, and then I was driving the whole next day, so I really didn't have, unless I stayed up late, time to review the whole thing.
Yeah.
So even if one item isn't available yet, just send what you have so we can review most of it.
Yeah.
And I will add also with, if, public forums and or like if there's somebody who wants to make a public comment, Ari does do a follow-up email to the board. So people can always submit comments
via email or chat or something that then we don't address perhaps during the meeting, but then can be brought up so they know like, okay, maybe you got on late, you missed the public comment section. So that's something like we don't want to shut down people's ability to communicate with you all, but also knowing that you're on a tight schedule, so we can offer that as like the comment will be seen, just not during. We want to address it during the meeting.
Anybody on the screen?
Yeah, I don't know if you see my hand up. This is Elena. I've just noticed, like, I was just gonna give a little bit of feedback because I tend to not be able to come in person. Unfortunately, I'd love to. But it is kind of a little uncomfortable when you're getting like a lot of questions online and then we're not responding to them. And I just don't want that to come off as like we're ignoring people or that we're not acknowledging that those conversations are happening. So I don't know if there's a way like to maybe communicate that to the public, especially like, okay, the question and answer is open, but you know, we're not really, this is not what this is for, or some way, because like I've been on these several times now, and like even at the emergency meeting, there was just a lot of questions and it felt really uncomfortable. Like, are we not responding to these because we're leaving a question and answer section open, but then we're not responding to them? So it makes it seem like we're ignoring people. So I just don't know how to solve that, but that's just something I've noticed from being on the online platform.
Right. And Elena, if you noticed at the very end of the meeting, when you guys did bring that up to me, I did say that that would get back to the veterinary, the Maggie, and to the department, and they work those questions into their town hall meetings. So, you know.
What does it, is there something that prompts them on the chat on their end that tells them, that informs them of that it's gonna be routed?
Like that they're not able to chat?
Well, that their question will be routed to the dedicated session. Is there something that tells them that?
We have like chat scripts where we put like the agenda and that sort of thing, but we can do like a default chat script where we put it for everyone to say, hey, like if we do have a, you know, if you want to write us an email, you can do so at X. If you want to send a Q&A, we'll forward it on to CBA staff and the application.
I might help, but people are getting frustrated.
Yeah.
Elena, does that help any for you?
Yeah, I think that would make sense, at least if there's some sort of explanation, because like even at this session, there was a question asked, and then you know, there was kind of a comment in the chat like, oh, this is not a question and answer session, but I think it is confusing because there is a question and answer section. So it's like, it's, you know, it's like an invitation, but then we don't intend to answer. So I think that's a really good idea of just saying, even just a written thing saying, this is not what this session is for. This is more like for listening, and then here's some information on where you can ask more questions. I think that would be probably solve the problem completely, just so that people aren't feeling like, why am I talking and no one is listening? Because I would not want the public to get that impression.
Yeah, thank you for that, because this is iterative. Like we haven't had this engagement before, this level of engagement. So this is like new territory for me and for all of us together, as we're trying to structure ag commission meetings, but also still trying to make sure that the public is heard.
And I think it's awesome, and I'm really happy to see people attending because I think it's really important. So yeah, I think that's a great idea and great solutions to how to make it seem like we're not just ignoring people.
This person? Is he on?
I'm all good.
Okay. Simon, are you good on this?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Ari, anything else?
That's it.
Okay, great, thank you. All right. I think it's just lots of little pieces that we just got to get put into place and let the public knows how things are going to transpire. And, you know, as Elena said, we want to make sure everybody's being heard, but we also need some kind of a structured environment. So, all right, great, thanks. I think it's Regional Assistant Commission updates. I'm not going to put Riley and Nick on the spot first. I'm gonna go to my veterans up here and let George just took his chat off or his speak unmuted, so he's out.
Would anybody object if I open one of those doors and we close them?
Yeah.
No, I can.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Been kind of really hectic in this part of the world with the Highway 50 closure and the wolves and the dry up of a lot of land in the San Luis Valley or potential. And so that's been kind of my focus here in this area. I guess I'll start with the group that I'm involved with. The kind of ad hoc name is Re-Veg on Tilled Soils. And it's really an interesting group of folks all the way from CSU to private crop consultants and NRCS personnel, and we've all kind of come together around this issue of what to do with this land in the San Luis Valley. The water's being taken away and dried up, and we wind up sort of serving like a lot of things in the world today, a complicated mix of natural resources that are being administered by rules put together by engineers and lawyers, and so it's really hard to put that all together. And the purpose of dry up is to stop the evapotranspiration of water from being applied by irrigation. And then what you're left with then is bare ground, which in turn then dries the land up all around it even more because you lose your connectivity to rain and also the county commissioners are involved. They're starting to get threats of lawsuit from dirt moving across on the roads, and they're actually blading dirt off of paved roads in places and especially in Alamosa County and northern or southern Saguache County. So there's starting to be more and more issue around this. And so this group has come together. We have done a field tour recently, 2 days ago, went out and toured all over the valley and looked at some CRAP, Conservation Enhancement Reserve circles that have been taken out of production clear back starting in 2010, I believe. And so we looked at those circles to see how that process had gone, and it was a revegetation planting tending towards a native species. And it varied around the valley, but I didn't see anything that I would consider a complete failure. The ones that were by far the best had access to water immediately or during the dry up period. So they had like 3 years of water, or a total of something like 18 inches of water available, over 3 inches to establish ground cover. And those were fairly successful. Some more than others, just kind of depended on what that crop was in that field right at the very end. And if it was plowed out of potatoes and it's just bare soil, really difficult. If it was in a barley or something like that and had some root mass and some stubble, definitely a lot better. And so, just looking at those kind of things and putting together a plan to go forward and trying to decide what success looks like and determining what will be allowed in the way of weeds and what we're really looking for. And so we're in the middle of that conversation, and it's a good one to be in right now. And I feel confident that this group is going to actually be able to get something done. Senator Hickenlooper's office has been in connection there. There's a Western SARE grant that's going to be available by 2026. In the meantime, there's some short-term monies to help, and I don't know, maybe something CDA could do in the short term is to help with some of these projects that need to be done immediately. The worst land was, of course, land that has been just abandoned and the sprinkler removed and nothing done. And those were a real issue. The liability of that came into question, and who's really responsible for that. I was just in contact with the state land board right before this meeting. They've got some land that, the leasing abandoned and took the sprinklers off, and, so they're left with bare soil and wondering how they're gonna recover that. So, there's all kinds of things going on around that. Dan Friesen did a great job of reaching out. I visited with him a little bit, and we talked about fuel suppliers in the San Luis Valley to try to get fuel into Gunnison. And you saw his report. They've done as good a job as they can do with a really tough position. I've been in touch with several people over there, and they're adapting. Nobody's happy, but everybody realizes that, safety is the first thing, and then you're trying to get things done as best we can moving forward. I've been in contact with a couple people that have been affected by wolves, and sort of just, reaching out to them, and making sure that, they understand as much as I can what our position is and what we can do and can't do. And, mostly just reaching out as a friend as much as anything, and support that way. And let's see, I think that's pretty much it for me this time. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
George, it's Catherine. What's the scale of the land that's being dried now for the next 3 to 5 years? How many acres are we talking about?
In the next 3 to 5 years, well, our total in the San Luis Valley, we're looking for somewhere between 40 and 100,000 acres over the whole basin here. And some of that's, won't be complete dry up, some of it's partial, but in order to get the aquifer in balance based on just hydrologic numbers, that's kind of what we're looking at. As I mentioned before, trying to understand the water cycle and how that dry up might affect things long term. That's, nobody's doing that research or thinking about that, but I am, and there are a number of people that are trying to tie those things together, but it's a lot.
Yeah. Thank you.
George, I've got a suggestion for you. That re-veg group, have you been in touch with the Ark Valley Range project down there in Rocky Ford? No?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna say they've been working on that problem for 30 years and probably got some pretty good insight on where to start.
They definitely do. Yeah. Annie Overland is a real asset there. She's been coming over to these meetings and is involved, and she's been involved in that project out there in the Ark Valley quite a lot. So I feel really fortunate to have her along.
Yeah, George, thanks for working on that. It's something I think about a lot too, and especially as there's been this huge focus on water efficiency, and sometimes efficiencies were really beneficial to the whole system. And so it's really I don't know what's going to happen, and it's kind of scary because you look at well that's what happened during the Dust Bowl. Was somebody's field would dry up and it would blow out the next field, and so it could easily get into a really bad situation. And I agree that we don't really understand the water cycle and how water is attracted to vegetation and all that sort of stuff. So I think it's a tough one, but thanks for working on it.
Yeah, it really is important, and understanding how flood irrigation fits in, and recharge to the aquifer through that is really important. And it's been something that's been avoided because we were taught that the water was lost if it went in the ground. And anyway, it's interesting work, and I feel like we're going to get somewhere with this. I feel pretty confident that this is going to help us move forward, and we'll get a lot of that land covered. I'm already working on doing re-veg on some of those completely bare circles. We can put people together with cattle and hay and have them feed on those circles so that they can get some biology in the soil, so that then possibly we can get something to grow, some plants to grow in there. But right now, if it's just bare soil, it's really tough without any biology. So we're working on different ways of accomplishing this, and have a lot of good minds and good experience on this team. I think that's, like I say, any other questions?
Thanks, George. It's good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. Well, someday I'll come to a meeting.
I see Joe.
There we go. Oh, I suppose you want a picture, but that'll be ugly. Oh, it can't. That's good. My phone, my phone won't access the picture. I'm having to do a phone because my computer decided to be difficult today or forever for about weeks. Anyway, I'll get us started. I know it comes as a surprise, but we have wolves. But I'm going to steer away from wolves, except that I will be going to a meeting tomorrow or Friday at Kremling. They're having a half-day meeting on the wolves over there. I'm going to look at some different things. I went to a great meeting yesterday on cattle thefts, awareness and preparedness, and it was a great discussion. They had the county sheriff, and they had everyone, the BLM, the Forest Service, the Parks and Recs people, all about county, about the thefts. They haven't solved what, and the brand inspector from Baca County with those cattle that were taken 2 years ago, and they haven't been able to find them, or not very many leads. The sheriff talked about what they were doing and what the new technology and how they can find it, and the difficulty in getting the appropriate warrants. So that, I mean, what are they? Where you can search databases from Google. Google's difficult to work with, and those kinds of things. We came up with some ideas. They came up with some ideas on things you can do to prepare for it, like install game cameras at loading points and salt points. I'll put together a thing with all the details that they have with it. The sheriff wants to help do it by hiding them better because they'll take them off. Improving communication among the BLM and the Forest Service and the Parks and Recs and the Sheriff's Department and the farmers among themselves. If you see something strange, call. They don't care. If you see tracks pulling up to your loading chute in the winter, call immediately so that they can come and investigate. They'd rather come out and investigate a non-happening thing than to have people lose cattle. There's some issues and some ideas on that I'm working with a small group of people now that we have to have EID identification, that the potential of being able to use that depending on at the sale yards and at the processing plants, to at least at the processing plant, the cow's going to be eaten before it's identified, but to at least be able to back up and find out who took them. Just some wild ideas. I'm going to give you a couple of names to put on your list. If you haven't met Don Thorne, he works for CSU. He's the manager of external relations in rural Colorado. He's traveling around the state and trying to talk to people to see what CSU needs to do to improve how they serve the farmers and ranchers of the state, what kinds of programs. Up here, we talked to him about the importance of maybe finding a way that a certificate, a degree, finding a way that the rich guys that come in and just visit their ranches every 2 weeks can actually find credible ranch managers instead of just hiring somebody off the street, so that the land will be protected. Another name that I'm going to give you is Janie Van Winkle. A lot of you may know her, but over here She's been appointed awarded a fellow for the AgriWest initiative, which is in the business incubator thing. They have one to come up with ideas for farmers and ranchers to help build businesses and resiliency. I have a meeting with Jordan Williams later this month. He's the Colorado regional representative for the Continental Divide Trail. They've been trying up here to try to convince some ranchers to let them move the trail across private lands, both in Jackson and Grand counties. See what I can do to support the ranchers there. Then on a wildfire mitigation is a biggie. I've got a meeting this evening on that. Trying to get prepared. We've already had one small fire up in Moffat County, and even though we still having this is the 5th day I've gotten up without snow on the ground. I'm excited. Spring is here, but wildfire is here as well. So everybody's doing that. Part of mine is little things. One of the things is small things is I have managed to connect the restaurateur with a local source for getting beef cheeks, and the same restaurateur with a local source for getting lamb. I don't know what job that is. It's just nosy old lady jobs kind of things that I do. And then the next thing is I just agreed with the Department of Parks and Wildlife to do a trial ranch meeting, learning about ranching. Their goal is to have 2 a year in 2 different parts of the state. And this has nothing to do with wolves. What this has to do with is that more and more of their new hirees are not familiar with ranching or farming. And so to have a day where they visit the ranch and learn about the economy of it, what we do, how we do, the seasonality of it. So we're going to do one of those sometime between now and the middle of August up here. And they're going to be Riley May. I'll sick them on you, Riley, and give you a task, because they're going to do the southeast as the other one sometime this year.
Yeah, I think
That's
the
it.
plan.
That's all I have to say.
That's all?
That's it.
Okay. Any questions for Joe? All right, Joe, it's good to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know you guys have been on the job for a little time, but anything you would like to share, please do.
You guys go first this time.
Yeah, it's pretty minimal, but I've been reaching out just a little bit to some fellow producers, the closest ones first, of course, but there is a guy that has opened up a packing plant just 10 miles away from home for me, and he's had it running now for a little over a year, I think, maybe 2, but he's really struggling because there's a lot of grants available for him. He says they're perfect for his program, but he's unable to get through the red tape, he says, and he's really struggling financially.
Go to the Regional Food Business Center at CSU, and they have money to help him hire technical assistants to get what he needs in place. And they have help.
And then hire Catherine.
That's
what I.
They have a whole list depending on what kind of service you need. So they have a whole bunch of approved vendors on there. And so you can get lots of different kinds of help as far as, even just sorting through grants or just a discussion about what you really, some people don't even know what they need. They just know they need something.
Yeah, and he's a farmer rancher too, so he's really doing it, marketing his own beef and some other local producers beef straight to the table for local and also shipping across the US. He's just telling me that the business seems to be doing good, but he's used up all of his other business operating note to get this going, and now he thought that he would have a grant by now to make its own operation work, and it's not happening. So that is about the only update that I have. I don't have anything else in this week that I've been on.
Thanks.
Okay, I kind of have a big list, but it's not that big, but it's also because I try to make myself the Swiss Army knife of my area, and to be a resource for people that don't even know about some of the things that are going on. But since we started with fire, Jill left off on fire. You know, we had 2 fires break out in Pueblo. One was off Vision Hills, that was about 100 acres. And then simultaneously, within 3 hours, we had a fire break out at the mill, at the iron mill. And then not less than like 24 hours later, we had another one break out. Being one of the large animal handlers on the evacuation team for livestock, we had to set up evacuation zones, and we're just moving more and more into that time of the season in the year. So I had asked earlier, kind of off camera, other commissioners in your counties and stuff, if you guys had evac plans. I know that Pueblo, we have one of the largest teams, and we've had surrounding counties reach out to us. And since we are a volunteer crew too, we will go outside if we're available to go and help. But I definitely suggest looking into that with your city councils stuff to make sure you kind of have a plan. I've been trying to spread more information about the new ag water rule and the subpart E, just because it does affect me on the Bessemer ditch and all of my neighbors, and trying to get that info out. Super excited because the closest to us is about 2.5, almost 3 hours away, or to go to Gunnison. But our extension office just became one of the new testing and pesticide applicator training sites. So we haven't had that in our area. We had to go outside to do that. And now with the influx of farm workers coming in and stuff too, that's been big. And they're offering it bilingual, so trying to schedule that and make sure everyone's in compliance has been huge. One of the bigger seats I sit on is for Soil Sangre de Cristo, and we're excited that we just became a 501 nonprofit. And one of the goals going into 2024 is extending the program outside of the area that it's presently in, since we've been receiving donations outside of that service area. So we're really trying to get that off the ground, letting people know about it. The organization does provide 0% interest loans to farmers up to 3 to 5 years. And so it's really great if you've got to fix equipment or something like that, and we're just trying to broaden the reach on that program. So I encourage everyone just to let people know about that and become members, because the more contributions we have from outside of the area where it is, the more that we can extend the services then in offering that 0% interest loan. So everyone knows about the Aurora buy-up, but we have a working group water meeting that meets every month for the organizations I sit on. And so I mentioned it to Robert Sakato to come and participate, as well as we reached out to the Southeast Water Conservation District, Arkansas Basin Roundtable, Colorado Canal and Lake Meredith meeting board. And so if anyone else is interested in participating in that, it is every month. It's the 4th Tuesday. So the next one will be May 28th at 6 p.m. I can send you out the Zoom link. But I think the more people we can have participating in these conversations, the better. And we're really trying to draw out producers with everything that's going on in the state. I think it's a great thing. Another big thing, of course, that happened was the APHIS and USDA ruling on the PIDs. And where I live, a lot of the producers didn't really know about that or haven't known about it. So I've been really trying to spread that information, especially because we have a lot of younger cow-calf production that's been taken over by some of the younger generation. And they're like, wait, what's happening? And so I've just been trying to pump that out and make sure that they can get free tags while they're still available. I was able to pick up mine, so that was super great. Chili planting has gone on all last week. I think everyone is super excited where I live about that. I know I'm behind on corn planting, and I think a lot of the country is, so hopefully we get some drier spills and that can happen. Because we have gotten moisture, so super thankful for that. That helped actually turn the ground and get a bunch of new crops in last Friday before I went to my off-farm job. On a personal note, graduations are happening in the next couple of weeks, and that also includes for a bunch of the FFA programs. And guess what else is around the corner? County fairs. So just trying to make sure that everyone's being supportive of those kids, know about the livestock auctions and things that are coming out. But other than that,
Thank you. I think we're at the time of commission members updates. I'm going to start online. Elena, would you like to start?
Yes, sorry for the delay. Sometimes my phone will not let me get to the speaker quick enough. Yeah, I don't have a lot to report. I've been lambing and I feel like I kind of just go into shutdown mode on the farm just to focus on little animals. And yeah, I was really hoping I could make it. My kids got really sick and we all got really sick and didn't happen, but it's so nice to see all your faces there. We got some weather, which is great, and lots of snow, and I did not feel like May at all. It felt like, I don't know, another month, April. And so, but grateful for the moisture. George, I really appreciated your sharing. It's something I've been thinking about a lot too, is just how there's been this huge focus on efficiency, and really, like, even now the NRCS, all the funding is for putting in pipelines, putting up center pivots, and really stepping away from like these traditional ways of irrigation, like flood irrigating, which is mostly what the people who own surface waters and acequial water rights used. And I do think that there's, like, Catherine, you mentioned this, and I'm thinking about it a lot, of like how we've changed the water cycle and what that looks like. And so I don't know how to address those things, but it's something that's really been on my mind. And honestly, that's all. I really have nothing. Like I said, I've been lambing, and I kind of just only can do one thing at a time when I'm lambing. I did hire some young people, and I think it was an adventure and not a good one. I hired a couple 20-something-year-olds who really wanted to learn about ag, and I was it was humbling, and realizing that they just did not understand how much work was involved, and trying to direct them kindly towards, like, you know, and I'm realizing that maybe I'm just not quite there yet. And definitely, you know, people come to me wanting jobs, and I want to give them an opportunity, but I need to probably say, hey, you know, without skills and stuff like that, because I think it is definitely hard to hire these people like fresh out in the field, and they definitely struggle to understand like what the actual workload is. So anyway, that's all I have. And cute little, she's been sleeping for hours. She is still not feeling, she is still absolutely exhausted, feels horrible. So we're just it's a snuggle day.
Thanks, Lena. Harrison, do you have a little one to show us too? All the babies. All the babies. Yeah. Hey, there he is.
Yay. Hey. All right, let's get it so that it's not funny. There it is. It's been kind of a wild ride. I think over here, we talked a lot about the bridge that is providing consternation for growers looking forward to shipping. I know it's already proving challenging for cattle shippers, but or for people hauling to pasture, to up into the hills. But it's providing concern for people that are anticipating shipping sweet corn, onions, fruit product this coming growing season. So it's been I think it's part of a longer term shift potentially. I think some growers are fearing, and some growers are actually seeing a shift away from buying habits, particularly out of Olathe. I think there's lots of things that contribute to that, but certainly the unreliability of transportation in and out of the areas provided is one of the straws breaking the camel's back. And I'll say, without naming names, you know, I've talked to growers down there that are saying they're seeing their sales cut in half, from their historic buyers. And that's a real tough deal. And I think they've been seeing it coming. Last year's corn earworm issue didn't help. Shipping issues don't help. So it's something that is, I think, becoming is a pretty serious issue, and one that is is creating some hardship, certainly amongst growers down there. Speaking of hardship, it has been a real feast or famine situation for fruit growers across the board. Some areas are doing great, looking like they've got an absolutely fantastic crop. And then in some cases, just across the river, you'll have growers that are fruit growers that are looking at almost no crop. So it really is an odd deal this year. Just as a kind of overview as far as the spring is concerned, in April, early April. So the season was very early this year. The season ran about 2 weeks early in April. We had a freeze that nailed some people. We heard reports of some people saying that they had almost entire crop losses, and some people that didn't get touched. And then we had a very smooth end of April. But then things have really cooled down, which has been good for water and snowmelt, but has provided some interesting challenges. Namely, that last Tuesday, we saw both Palisade, Paonia, Hotchkiss, and Cedar Edge saw another freeze. And this is typically much later into fruit development than we see freezes. And so there's a lot of questions about what the impacts are going to be. There's not great academic guidance about how to do this. There's some sort of old-timer wisdom, but that's sort of, even that is somewhat limited. So typically the freeze was not as cold as we wouldn't normally worry about those cold attempts during the normal time of year, but because we're at a much later stage of fruit development, there's a big question mark. So everyone that I know has called their insurance agent and reported a loss, because nobody knows what the impacts are going to be, whether we'll get out there and thin and then we'll continue to see losses because of internal or tissue damage, or whether or not we'll see damage. We will thin and we'll have a normal crop as far as number of fruits on the tree, but we'll see abnormal development, small fruit, damaged fruit, abnormal fruit. So we're all hoping for the best, and that also treated some people better than others. We had a number of regions that reported that they got so cold that they had total losses, and then we had other regions that think that they weathered okay. So again, a real haves and have-not situation in that with that freeze. And then just to cap it all off, last Sunday we had a big hailstorm in Palisade that sort of bifurcated the town. Some growers got hit, some growers didn't get hit, and so it's just been a real rock and roll kind of spring. So we don't know yet what the impacts will be. We're still waiting to figure it out. Everyone I've talked to is giving their best guess, but normally, thanks, Enzi. Normally we'd know, but this year, unfortunately, we just don't know what the impacts are going to be. So a lot of question marks there. A couple interesting things I've seen. I'm seeing some new technologies hitting the fields that have not been that have not been typical to the area. A lot more drone application, pesticide application, more pushes at automated instead of semi-automated stuff. So we'll see. That's all feels pretty experimental right now, but and so but that's kind of the gist of what's happening around here. Is climatically a pretty wild year so far. We did have a very early snow melt that was looking pretty scary, at least for us on our water, at least on our canal. But thank goodness the precipitation and the cool down has really changed the course of that snow melt. So that's the one good piece of news from the wild weather. On our farm personally, we think we're looking pretty good. Slowly but surely, we've gone from being confident about a full crop to you know, kind of, well, we lost 5% here. We're pretty sure we lost 10% here, but I still think we're looking at our place at about a 75 to 85% crop across the board on most things, which is still better than many years. And I think many of the growers that I've talked to are seeing something similar. So interesting also, in closing, that oftentimes Palisade is a lot better off than Delta County. We're sort of the poor cousin to Palisade in terms of growing conditions, but weirdly we have kind of matched them all. Delta County's kind of matched them all spring. You know, normally we're down 3-4 degrees colder than they are. We're also 2 weeks later than they are, but it's been interesting to see that they've been just as cold on these cold nights as we have down in Delta County. So go figure. But that's all the anecdotes I have to share. Nothing real hard hitting right now. So thanks.
Thanks, Harrison. And we appreciate Ezra's backup.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, he's pissed.
Thanks. Looks like he has a mohawk.
All right. Thanks, Harrison. Simon, do you have a baby or a child for us to see?
Not today, but not today. It's nice seeing all the other little children out there for sure. Okay, I just want to say a lot of information that was covered today. It was nice to hear everything that's going on in the state of Colorado for sure. Here in Southwest Colorado, I'll just briefly hit some of the areas of in our area. We'll have a meeting next week. We haven't been given our full water allocation for the year yet. It's going to be close. No low snow to speak of, but there's snow in the high country, and we haven't been getting the weather that you guys have on the eastern slope. A few showers here and there that really haven't amounted to much, so we'll hope for the best there. On the corn planting end, we'll be done today with the white and the yellow and the blue. So we're going to wrap that up, and we started our first alfalfa cutting yesterday. We're a little bit ahead of last year. So, you know, things go well and Mother Nature does us a favor. We may get 5 cuttings this year on the majority of our hay. The red winter wheat looks good. We changed varieties last year, so hopefully we'll have less lodging that really hurt us last year as far as time, and we lost some on our moisture content. So hopefully we can do better, and the majority of it, if it works out on all our, it will go here locally to the Cortez flour mill. The oats look good so far. We started rolling our oats, so that should be complete as we speak. As far as rocks, we seem to never run out of rocks down here where we're farming. The cattle are doing well. We're done with branding and calving, and they'll start moving up to the permit ground here in the next couple of weeks. So we'll start moving a lot of the cattle out to some of the areas. Irrigation, we started up a few weeks back, and it's going well. We're running, averaging somewhere between 80 and 90 CFS right now, and we'll turn some of the hay off, but right now the wheat and the corn and the oats are taking precedent on our water schedules, which is basically sometimes 2 on, 2 off. So the irrigators stay busy moving water from place to place. We've started on our completion of our 2024 map, of course, being May, and started working on our 2025 crop map as we speak, so we can get areas ready for believe it or not, cattle coming back in a few months, I think, as fast as time is going. Other than that, Bow and Arrow brand, they seem to be creating new business for themselves, and the orders that are coming in with new customers and existing customers, they're right in the middle of a SQF level 2 audit, unscheduled through the food chain ID. So they started 2 weeks back, so they've got the remainder of this month that an individual will come in and audit the mill. They feel pretty comfortable. They've done a couple trace backs and everything went well. So they're hopeful that when this individual shows up from the food chain ID department, that everything will go well as far as the audit up at the Bow and Arrow facility. And right now we've got one leak on a Toyoak Highline we've been monitoring, and they put a few bands in. It's still leaking, so we're waiting to see what we can do as far as another repair on a major siphon that helps feed us water. So we'll be monitoring that, and then hopefully if everything goes well in the fall, we'll put another few bands in, and so it's being watched weekly, and it's just not the time to turn the water off at this time to do a repair. So we'll be monitoring that siphon on Reach 3 as the summer continues. Pricing wise, we see a dip in our hay pricing for this year from last year. Corn pricing looks like it might go up a little bit, and we'll kind of monitor those as they move forward as far as the commodity prices are going. Cattle are staying strong right now, so I mean that has helped us through the winter months, and we'll see where we end up here on commodity prices. A lot of the chemical and fertilizer and fuel have not gone down, so we've got to be very careful on how our input costs match up against our revenue. But hopefully it'll go well through 2024, and that's about it on our end for now.
Thanks, Simon. It's good to see you.
Yeah, same here. It's good to see you all.
So I think we'll come here and we'll start with our point person for this meeting, David, the birthday boy, birthday guy. We're just gonna keep celebrating.
Once again, welcome to Yuba County in Eastern Colorado. Really appreciate y'all coming out. It's been fun and great and good conversation. Calving and branding around here is well, calving's wrapping up, brandings are getting started here and finishing up, and depending on people's schedules with their cattle herds, but turnouts in full swing, and very continued optimism in the cattle markets currently. It's great. Finishing up corn planting, there'll be a little bit of things planning on maybe some green chop fields yet here in the next couple of weeks or so. Spring oats are coming along. Hit and miss on the hard red winter wheat crop on the dryland side. There's just spotty rains last fall, and it just kind of continued to show up this spring as well. So there's even some fields probably will be destroyed on the wheat side, and otherwise, if they've been getting a few rain showers here and there, there's some of that wheat that looks pretty decent, really. So that's the reason for the hit and miss. A little bit of replanted sugar beets. We've had plenty of wind this spring, and just when they're real tender coming out of the ground, they're pretty susceptible there for a little while. There's probably going to see a little bit of that. They're probably below normal on that side of it. Alfalfa crops will be coming off here pretty soon too, as far as first cuttings. And then the edible beans, and there's not many soybeans around here, but the edible beans will be starting to be planted here in the next couple of weeks. The potato guys around here are starting to rehill their first plantings, and it's going along there as well. I think one of our neighbors just finished planting potatoes last week. So again, great turnout for the public forum. As far as that, I did make a lot of one-on-one calls with several counties across the northeastern Colorado, and I think I did see 3 out of the 8 counties that I talked to show up yesterday. So I think that was pretty fair turnout. And again, the turnout for our immediate area I thought was excellent. And as everybody else has said, great to see the young kids, and also with our activities yesterday, it was great to see another area as well when I went down to Stratton with Kate and Robert. That was great as well. See another area. They're just right outside of Yuma County. They're in Kit Carson County, but yeah, that was good as well. So if anybody's interested in riding a corn planter, I'll be doing that this afternoon when I get home. So, for sure, reach out to me afterwards and I'll tell you where I'll be at. So you're sure welcome to. So thank you.
All right, that's great. Nick?
Let's see, things are great at home. We've had, I hate to brag about moisture when you hear people struggling with drought, but I mean, we've had a perfect moisture spring. Sounds like southeast corner of the state's not doing so hot. And then I've heard some people in extreme northeastern Colorado that are really dry, like they've got 0 winter presets. So, but we're doing good at home. Calving's wrapping up. We've got 10 holdout heifers that are gonna drag it out till the bitter end, but so we're still getting up in the middle of the night, but everything's good there. Really excited to have Riley and Nick. That's gonna be pretty cool to have you guys and that much representation in the southeastern part of the state or the southern part of the state, because that's my former home and it's oftentimes the forgotten part of the state. So I'm really excited to have you guys on board. That's going to be cool to have you down there. Another note, so last meeting I was kind of whining about the Aurora water sale down there and got a phone call from Robert Scott, and he's amazing. I would encourage all of you to utilize him because he was very patient with all of my questions. You know, it's just amazing what he's working on and kind of taking a little different approach, which and thinking outside the box, which it's the question that nobody has the answer to, but I'm excited to see Robert really kind of attacking it at a different angle. So I would encourage all of you to reach out to Robert for any water issues in your area. I was impressed with just the things that everything I brought up to him, he had a solid answer on. He is keeping tabs on everything. So I think that, oh, one thing I should mention, there's going to be a pretty important seat on the CPW board. Losing one of the pretty good ag commissioner or ag representation on the CPW board. So I don't know, I'm sure you're involved at some level with that, Kate, but if you know anybody that would be a good fit for that with everything going on with wolves, and now's the time agriculture really needs some good representation on that board. So if you know anybody that's willing to take a really tough job, that's but very much needed. So
are they in districts as well, or is that a general Colorado?
I'm not sure.
Position.
I think they're primarily by representation. So there's ag, parks, consumptive, non-consumptive use. So, but I'm not sure if there's geographical expectations in the statute. Yeah, but if you do have names, please just give me a shout and happy to work with you on it.
Do not let your dad quit.
You don't know what it's like at home.
No.
Jeff?
Yeah, first off, thanks David for hosting us up here. That forum last night was great, and it was great to see all those young people out, county commissioners, and it was just a really great forum. I really enjoyed that. Really enjoyed the tours down in Brighton and visiting with the star producer. That was really fun. I really enjoyed that. So down in my area, potato planting is just about to wrap up. There's a few guys that are finishing this week. We finished up last week, and we had a really good planting season, really nice and warm. kicked off the potatoes really well. They're starting to really take off. So cultivation started yesterday for us. We got a really nice rainstorm over the weekend. We got about 1 3/4 inches of moisture, which is about half of what we get in a year. So it was really nice. Set all the fallow ground up really well. The barley crops really like that moisture. As far as timing goes, it couldn't have been more perfect. So hopefully we can get maybe a couple more of those as this spring goes on here. Everything's looking good as far as potato planting goes. Acreage is about normal from what I understand, or just up slightly due to just the prospect of other alternative crops, the return on those not being as good. So they're gambling with potatoes, which is a challenge. I've heard Idaho's doing something similar as well. It puts us in an overproduction cycle again this year, which is bad for our return. So the runoff is looking pretty good. It slowed down this last week, but we're about just under 80% of normal now. But the water's coming out pretty quick. So hopefully it'll stay a little bit cooler and come down a little bit slower. Cover crops are going to go in here in a couple weeks. Something that's happening is the remaining supply of potatoes is still really high. Idaho's really making a big push to get rid of their crop, and they're down to $2 a bale. So that's $4 a hundredweight is what they're selling them for. So we're having a hard time competing with that and losing a little bit of market share. So we've seen our shipments out of Colorado decrease over the last month here because of that, which puts us in a bad position for ending up with potatoes at the end of the year this year. I was also really excited to hear that the potato seed law drew so much attention on Capitol Hill. That's exciting. It didn't seem like that big of a deal, but it's really, I think that'll be really beneficial to let the producers know exactly what they're planting back and give us some idea of a direction that we can go in the future. So glad to see that happen. Anyway, we say on our farm, we didn't really know our kids were ugly until somebody else told us our kids were ugly. So I think that's what a lot of the industry is going to figure out. Of maybe they aren't as good as seed producers as they thought they were, and we can change up our valley a little bit. So excited to see what happens there. So I think that's about all I have.
Thanks, Jeff. Kevin?
Well, my fruit trees all got frosted pretty heavily in the first freeze that we had. And then I think our last one was like May 4th, and that one took off the new growth of the alfalfa. So it knocked the field back a little bit. So I'm hoping somebody has peaches, cherries, and apricots, because I can't have any. And that was pretty much a surprise. I mean, they warned us about a freeze, saying it might get down to 30. I think it got down to 27 or 26, so it was more severe than they had predicted. Everybody in Palisade, I drove by that morning, and everyone had their wind machines going. A couple had sprinklers in place on the field. It always looks so dramatic when everything's frozen, ice sculptures. So we'll, as Harrison said, we'll see how much damage. I've heard the same thing. Some people lost a lot, and some people hardly lost any. What was interesting, I spent some time traveling on the end of last month and the beginning of this month. So I'm working on a couple of Climate Smart Ag projects, and I was in Minnesota and flying in. You know, I always think our state is probably in the middle of where we're doing with no-till and the amount of plowed up ground we have. Well, Minnesota is completely plowed up. They're like way behind in doing no-till activities there. There was just a few farms that had moved into either full-time, pasture and grazing or no-till cropping. And, they have a lot of hilly country. So it was really interesting to see that they hadn't adopted it at the level that we had. And I'm working on projects that are looking at regenerative. Well, one of them is looking at regenerative. We raised bison and cattle byproduct markets. So the first step is to do a bunch of surveys about what sort of what people are doing as far as regenerative, what practices they've adopted, and if they haven't adopted any practices, why not? So just sort of data collecting is really their first segment. Ultimately, we'll be able to incentivize people. They're planning on buying regeneratively raised byproducts and then trying to flip them. So incentivizing it by creating market. And the long game plan is to have the market access and the markets be able to supply the incentive themselves for people to move regenerative. So hopefully we can build out these supply chains. And it was interesting that they had people from the textile industry, people from the pet food industry. So there were a lot of people that consume byproducts there, sort of contributing to the project. So that sort of told me that we have something here and it looks like it will be positive. Also, so I've been impacted by the wolf situation. My new lease was right up in the partial area, which is in Middle Park. We've talked about it. My partner up there, we both decided we're probably not going to go there. I'm not going to go at all. She might go later in the season because, you know, they tell you to calve, or we've been moving our calving period back. And so now we have younger calves to go up into the permits. So we're a little worried about that. So we're just sort of, she's delaying and I'm not going to go at all up there. There's lots of conversations and we're hoping to work out solutions. We've got some ideas that we're trying to put together on how we can mitigate the impacts. Oh, I know. I went to another meeting that was between the NRCS and Kiss the Ground was filming, and they had Alan Williams and Alejandro Criollo out. And so they were doing a ranch tour at a ranch out of Quebec that was burned in the, let's see, what fire was that? Pine Gulch. So the ranch was burned, about 80% of their ground was burned in the Pine Gulch. And so we're looking at the regeneration and growth. And Alan Williams was talking to us about erosion and using animal impact. And he brought out and read us something that was written when Cortez was crossing the country. And the grass apparently in that area was 5 feet tall. And Cortez made some estimate that it would support 10,000 animals in just this one valley that incorporated the ranch. And now you go out there and, you know, it's bare ground and not very much sagebrush country and a lot of juniper trees. And so it's just interesting to see what historically, because having context for when you're looking at the ground is really important to know what the potential is, and really sort of depressing where we are now. So that was really interesting. But, and we had NRC, there's probably about 20 NRC agents from around the northwest part of the state. So that was good to get them out there and talk about regeneration. And just hear Alan talk especially. I'm also working on, so my lateral from Grand Valley Irrigation Company has been in very bad disrepair. It makes a few right-hand corners and a couple of them are right over one of the county roads. And it leaks terribly and we keep putting patches on it and it doesn't really stop the leak. So now it's kind of an emergency situation because the road and bridges is angry that the water is continuing to run on the road. So I had the NRCS engineer out to look at it. They agreed that it was sort of emergency now, so there's some negotiation going on about where the money could come from to work on it. And again, we risk being turned off during the growing season this year if it starts really damaging the road. Of course, we can't really do anything. It's about a mile of 12-inch pipe that we'll need to bury to control the problem. So step one, they told me, is incorporating the ditch, because apparently you're able to get more money as not as an individual, but as a corporation. And apparently we have to make it a nonprofit. I need someone who can consult with Water Law. And apparently to file papers on a nonprofit, it's like a $275 fee. So there's some money involved even on the upfront to get things going. So it's another project. And I think that's about it.
All right. Sugar beets, there was a little freeze, but they survived. That was a good thing. Corn's planted. I even think I see a little bit coming up. The wheat, I say this real quietly, the wheat looks really good. You can see that very loud. Because I'm gonna do that, then the clouds open up. We are seeing less barley growers, given the fact that this is the last year before we would have to store. We have backed away. We are not doing barley. This is the first time in many, many years that peppers have not grown barley, but Kent seems to be fine with it, so that's good. I did sit in on the 2 town halls for the HPAI and just commend Maggie and her team for what they're going through and what they're dealing with. And like she said, we're just starting to build this plane. So I think we're going to hear more. But I just commend their town meetings that they were having with both the veterinarians and the dairy operators, and then the overall general population. So that was good. I've been involved with Nick at Colorado Corn and Kelsey Poe to get Common Ground Colorado back on its toes. And I did have the opportunity to go to Iowa in July, but I'm going to come to San Luis Valley instead. So I've been working along with Bethany with Colorado Ag in the classroom, the projects that they're developing for 2025, 2026, some really cool literacy projects coming forward. They're getting, I don't want to say better because I think they've been pretty good, but they're getting bigger. And the 2026 one is going to be huge. And I don't think it's ready to be unveiled yet, but it's going to be really cool.
Can you say what it's gonna, can we say the produce is gonna?
Yeah, can you say the names? Yes, it is.
There you go.
Yeah.
I don't know what the name of it actually is.
And they are featuring a doctor, Colorado State. How do you say his last name? Matsusima?
I can see it in my head, but
Yeah, but anyway, the reader is just looking really fabulous, and we're even going to turn it into a bilingual book as well. So we're seeing some really cool things happening there. I'm delinquent on my reporting of the Buc-ee's. We'll keep working on that. Again, David and everybody here, thank you for your hospitality. It's nice to get back to Northeastern Colorado. All right, anything closing from the staff or from Kate? Or how about anything online? All right, I'm being very conscious of that from now on.
I did have a quick question that I forgot during mine when Jeff and I were talking about potential field visits for the San Luis Valley. We can add this in the follow-up, but just start thinking about whether you would, if you want to do a field visit to some places. Jeff had some options, and if you'd want to do it after the meeting or come in the day before and do kind of what we did yesterday, which is do like some morning to afternoon and then roll into it. So just put that on your thought processes, and then maybe we can do a quick survey or something with a follow-up.
Anything else?
I have one comment. When y'all respond to the email that Madison sends out about your interest in helping with the advisory committees, please remember to reply only to Madison, not reply all. Thank you.
The public forum yesterday too, will that be available to the public that wasn't able to make it?
It was just in person.
Just in
Okay,
person.
so we didn't Zoom it. Okay. About all the questions that were, will they be accessible to
we
the
could do
public?
maybe a follow-up, like a blog post maybe. We haven't done something like that before, but we can definitely talk through. We definitely did not necessarily want to put in the questions as they were. That was internal for us to kind of think through. But we can do a synopsis of like, these are the topics we talked about, maybe some contacts or, something like that. Maybe we can just post that as like a blog post and send it out with the next Ag Connection or something like this public forum here was about. So we can talk a little bit more, maybe with Kate and Olga, let's see what makes sense. But do you think people would want to see that then?
I think so, and I guess I failed to look again yesterday, but I was thinking the day before, 2 days before, there might have been some questions asked that didn't get addressed yesterday.
There were a couple that we just didn't have time, and then either people weren't there and they didn't want to re-ask them. Or we did give some space for people to ask questions besides.
But we had some duplicate questions, and I think we answered all of them, the ones that I had received by yesterday evening. Discussion.
And I don't know if we did or if we'd want to consider, but a sign-in list?
Yes.
Just something to think about.
Yeah, I actually had that on my list. but I didn't do it.
All right, good, good.
I know.
It's a work
That's
in
it, I'm
progress.
tired. Well,
Yeah.
something else gets to do next.
All right, do we have anything online? All right, any hands up or anything? All right, then I would entertain a motion to adjourn today's meeting.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Nick.
I'll second.
David? Been moved and seconded to adjourn today's meeting. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, meeting adjourned. Safe travels home. to
Thank you.
everyone.
Good to see everybody.
Thank you. It's good to see
Bye,
you.
all. Thank you.
Bye, guys.